Nikubali Good morning. How do I come on stage after them? How are you? I don't want to go upstairs. That's my first floof of the day. Good morning. Wait, my heart needs to go. The drums. It's quite a thing. So my name is Eva. Nice to meet all of you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here this morning. I'll be your MC. And I will not talk much. I have the gift of talking a lot, so I will hold myself on this. We already have had a lot of entertainment, and we're running so much behind time. So we're going to try and redeem ourselves. And I would like to say thank you to Unganisha for the ice-breaking and the entertainment. And for everybody had a moment, didn't we? The dancers had it, the photojournalists had it, everybody who was taking a shot or two. So I'd like for all of us to share our content and tag the handles of the day. I've not memorized them. Grasa Michelle Trust, they're on our programs, hopefully. They could be displayed on the top, please, so that we can all meet each other on online spaces. Today is a networking forum. We will do exactly that. Please, let's relax and talk to each other. Everybody came here to meet everybody. That's the spirit of the day, right? Yes. So make sure we do that, okay? So we get the most for our time. All right, I'd like to welcome Caroline Armstrong. She's the chairperson of New Faces, New Voices Kenya. So she can give the opening remarks. Caro, are you ready? Yes. You're very welcome.
Morning all, morning all, morning all. Morning, can we all replicate that energy? Good morning all, good morning all. Thank you. Okay. So first for me is to welcome all of you, and all of you looking fabulous. Okay, so well done. Everybody's looking fabulous. And the people that look the most fabulous in the room are today's graduands. Now, I don't know if all of you know, I learned this, what's the saying? I was today years old. When I learned graduand with a D, okay, is just before you graduate. Graduate is after. So for now, they're graduands, okay? Right, we've had the excitement and hopefully the energy of the dancing that we've done and the music, and like was said just now, like Eva just said, is hopefully the drum beat goes into our hearts, okay? Because today is going to be about that. So it's going to be about feeling yourself from within. Feel your heartbeat, hear your voice, okay? So hopefully the drums have set that up. Now we are a community. The Women Creating Wealth creates a community, all right? And so like Eva mentioned, please get to know each other. So all of those that are in the other cohorts, look for the ladies in the gowns. Talk to them. Find out what has the rest of the journey been. What does it look like so that you get the best. Fantastic. I can see over here they're already turning around and going, oh, you're one of them. Okay? So get to know each other. It's a community. Now, in the spirit of community, I would like to ask for a moment's silence. This cohort lost one of its members. Okay? So during this journey, Linda Achieng, her business was called Kente Creations, and unfortunately she passed. So the community of graduands that you see lost a member, okay? So in that spirit of community, if I could please ask for all of us to have a moment's silence, okay? Remember her. Can we all ask that her spirit continue to rest in peace and that her family and loved ones continue with strength? And to this cohort that is graduating, okay? Know that you do it for yourselves and you do it on behalf of women in businesses everywhere. So you're doing it for Linda too. So if we could have a moment's silence, please. Thank you to you all. Right, now down to today's. I was given the brief, did you all hear it, where we were told we're going to try and catch up time, okay? So that was a very quick message for me to speak fast. so I can get to the end and say thank you, or I could speak. I will choose to do what I do well, which is speak, okay? I'm a good talker also. The first is I would like to acknowledge and to thank, okay, our chief guest, Commissioner Njoki Kahiga, who has come all the way from the land of green gold. She came all the way from Muranga to be here and to celebrate the graduates. So thank you so much. Okay. She has a long, as they say, I love this word, illustrious career. Okay. And in the context here, she's the chair of Kenya Institute of Management. So it's possible. Can you see we're all chairs going places being chairs? Okay. Now the difference that makes is when it comes to policy and advocacy. When you have voices in the right spaces, when you have new faces and new voices in the right spaces, we change the decisions that are made. So somebody like Commissioner Kahiga, that is part of what they do. They build capacity, competence, confidence, and drive advocacy and policy, which is one of the things that Women Creating Wealth tries to do. Okay? And then also thank you to Eva Mariah for making time to come with us. Eva is a renowned, successful, illustrious, authentic business leader and entrepreneur. You know, being an entrepreneur is hard. Do you guys agree? Yes. Okay? It is hard. Now, the journey that an entrepreneur walks, she learns the steps, the pitfalls, the mountains. And so when you have somebody like Eva who has walked that journey, find her. Because that's the journey you all are on. Okay? So don't go into a pothole and think you're the first in it. Others have been there, and believe me, because they were there, the size of the pothole you hit will be much smaller. Okay? But equally, the size of the success you can achieve can be much. Thank you, Peter, who's not even a graduate today. He's not even in a cohort, okay? So I think first, celebrate yourselves, get to know each other, okay? And then to the men in the room, please stand. You guys are going to make me ask twice? Okay. Yes, I love the way Eva... Why is everybody clearing their throats? There's no speeches for you, sorry. I think the men here, and we discussed it the other day, we said there are different types of men that support a woman's entrepreneurship journey. There's the one that thinks it's sweet, okay? That lets her get on with whatever she's doing and thinks that some way she'll make her way through and that whatever business it is sweet. Then there's the one that supports, but supports quietly. Okay, so they're not necessarily going to be with you, they're not necessarily going to do actually anything, but they'll be there to pat you on the back and say, good job, keep going. Then you have the cheerleader. Okay, and that's the one that shows up, cheers, and is with you. Now that's the one that is with you in many ways, can be by your side as you walk the journey, is helping open doors for funding, is helping create access to markets. They show up in different ways. So can we please clap for the men that have shown up for us? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gents, for being with us and celebrating these entrepreneurs today. Okay. And so to all of us, I would love to welcome you to this ceremony. You guys have walked a journey as the graduates. We have fire starters here and we have intergenerational. Those are two programs that we run. As new faces, new voices, what we focus on is two very simple things in very big words. The economic empowerment and the financial inclusion of women. Okay? We are economic powerhouses, irrespective of what we do. Say it under your breath. I'm an economic powerhouse. Okay? And believe it. Remember I said the drums should stir your heart. Believe it. Because if you don't believe it, nobody else can. Okay? So believe it. You are an economic powerhouse. We try to build that in people in three ways. One is diversity, equity, and inclusion, and at leadership. Remember, change who's at the table, you change the decisions that are made. All right? The second is entrepreneurs, building capacity. And that's where programs like Women Creating Wealth change the continent. They really do. This is Kenya's cohort 1, okay? Not cohort end. There's 3 more rushing behind you and more starting. So the ripple and the wave has started. Yeah? And then the third is women in careers. Because we can't assume that you're going to work at leadership to change decision makers when you didn't start creating them when they started working. Okay, so we do it in 3 ways. Where this program is beautifully aligned and where New Faces, New Voices works with GMT to help implement and create that capacity is on this program there are 3 things. Okay, 3 main things. And I'm going to get in trouble just now because one of them I've changed the words. Okay, so you guys need graduates. I'm changing the words for you, so please protect me. 1 is access to markets. You can have whatever business idea you want. If you cannot find a market that takes up your product or your service, okay, or your talent, it's still an idea. Okay? The second is access to finance. That's obvious, right? It takes money to make money. Yeah? So that's the second pillar. The third is, I'm going to shield myself here, called capacity building. I have rephrased it to call it access to self-potential. Okay? Thank you. And the reason I'm calling it access to self-potential is because it starts with you. It starts with you believing in you, you trusting you, you knowing what you don't know, but be willing to learn it and grow. You have to be brave, you have to be bold, you have to be innovative, you have to be collaborative, and you still have to do all of the other jobs in your life that a woman has to do. Okay? Now, the access to self-potential is because what this program is doing for you, it's building you. So please look at the person next to you and remember it starts with her. It starts with her. Okay? So women creating wealth is for yourselves and for each other. I'm not going to tell you a lot more about the program because that's not my piece to tell. It's not my story to tell. But know that the journey you're on is yours. Where it goes will be defined by the choices that you make. To the cohorts coming through, one of the key differences is how much ownership you have over your own journey. And I had that conversation with one of the coaches to ask, what is the difference? What is the key differentiator? Okay? What you get out is what you put in. Own the journey. Own the opportunity. Own the networks you're being given. Many of you I met at the Investor Showcase. Own those spaces. So the message that we will leave you with as New Faces, New Voices is own your journey, please. And a key part of that journey is, remember, it takes money to make money. Money comes in many different forms. Okay? So I'm going to hand over to Andia Chakava, who is with the Graça Machel Trust. She's the investment director, but she's also the managing partner of Afrishella. Some of you know about Afrishella. You participated in the Investor Showcase, right? Okay, now you see I need you to be interactive. Raise your hands, those that have had. Yeah. So I'm going to hand over to Andia to tell you about that piece. Remember, it's a key piece of the entire program. But to all of you, I'm going to take the opportunity to say, well done, but remember, you did not come this far to only come this far. Keep going. Keep going. Thank you. Andia?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here and just being so patient. We started a little bit later, but we hope you forgave us with all of the dancing. I just want to say that I am giving the overview of Graça Machel Trust on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, who is Theo Soa. She is in Kenya. I don't want you to hear a rumor that she was in Kenya and she didn't come, but she's actually in a conference talking about a vaccine for adolescent girls that will prevent cervical cancer. So we are dividing and conquering. So I will just speak a little bit about the trust for some of you that don't know us. I think one of the key areas that I want to emphasize is that the trust works a lot through networks. And that's why Caroline, who has just spoken right now, who leads the network in Kenya, is our host. We are guests of the network. The networks are rooted in the countries that we operate, and we are in 18 countries. So when we come to the countries and we have the functions, we work closely with the networks that you're part of. These networks are sector agnostic. In certain cases, they can be related to women in finance that you've just heard, but we've got networks of women in media. And why do we need a network of women in media? Because we have to change the narrative of how women are always portrayed as victims. And when you show up and you say, I'm that entrepreneur, nobody's taking you seriously. Or if women are always portrayed as the other person, somebody thinks you're there because, you belong to somebody. So the narrative of who women are is important. We also have women in agribusiness. Why would we have agribusiness? Because agriculture feeds Africa. And Africa is going to feed the world. We're now in a position when you look at the stats and you're like, why aren't we feeding ourselves? It's a conspiracy that is about to be dispelled with all this visa-free and Africa Free Trade Agreement. We at the time, I think I even met somebody where the East African communities coming together, people want their own currency, what's happening in West Africa. So we are part of a movement. That's what Gracia Michelle is, of bringing the African continent together. So as you stand here and you say you're a member of a Women Creating Wealth Cohort 1, 2, or intergenerational or fire starters, you're also a part of community across several countries. And those countries are those that are in the Enterprise Development Program. Coco will be coming up to say, but there's 7 countries in that. But there's the networks across. And what we do is that we follow the power of the networks. And what we do is that we stand on the shoulders of giants. So who is our giant? Our giant is Mama Michelle. And Mama Michelle also looks at us and says, but I am standing on your shoulders. So what we do is that within the countries we deal with, change makers. And often, a lot of the people that we interact with, these aren't what we say current sitting ministers. There are people in their spheres of influence that can make that change. That change starts with me and you and us, all of us, if we want to change something. And I think it's just the power of conviction. So what you have with us is a family, a protection, a place to go, a place where we cheer you on, a place to share experiences, a place to know that you're not alone, as was shared earlier. So we do a lot of this through advocacy. And a lot of people ask, what is advocacy? We have our advocacy manager here, who is Juliet. And a lot of the advocacy is actually done through the networks we have on the ground because the issues are real. So when we have Mama Michelle sitting at the G7 meetings, yes, sometimes we are invited at the SDG, at the UNGA meetings that happen at the UN, all of those discussions, when we sit as representatives of gender and civil society at whether it's 2X or AFDB, we're talking about issues that are happening real time. These are tangible experiences of women. These are voices that, experiences you've shared with us that we take up to the very highest level. So advocacy is actually seeing the common trend in those particular areas, seeing the research that comes and advocating for that change. And often advocacy takes a very, very long time. I think one of the key things that the Trust did, and this was a program that actually has, should I say, retired, where it was getting African governments to increase their budget allocation for nutrition. And why do I mention this now? Because nearly, I think people stood up, Kenya was about to cancel our school feeding program. For kids, that's the only place they eat. And these are things that has been happening in policy across Africa because the trust was in those rooms. There's a lot of banks now that are coming up and saying they're doing products for women. For some of you that have been around, I think we've been convening the banking sector, and I think Coco can remind me, but I think it's more than 12, 15 years. Speaking, in one case, people responded by pink checkbooks. In other cases, people responded by a product called, a female name. But now we're seeing real, tangible, sometimes, but there's still a lot of work to do. But we don't get tired. That's what I want to say. The issues we're trying to address need several aspects to it. You need the advocacy. You need the capacity building. And the capacity building is not only for you, it also happens on the supply side. I think we have some banking partners here. And hopefully we'll also be able to engage. But it's not only just about women being prepared to grow and scale, but it's also the ecosystem being prepared to receive these women. And for us women to do what? Why do we bank women? Because we pay it forward. That is the thesis of even Afrishella. We are betting on women because when you bank on women, you bet on the community, you bet on the society, which means that when we grow, we take everybody with us. And I think I can end there, but I just want you to know that there's a number of GMT people in the room. We've got Wada from Uganda. We've got Sylvester from Zimbabwe. There was a graduation, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Coco just came from Tanzania. We've got Coco she's Ghanaian, but also South African, Swazi. She will tell us where she's from. And she's also living in Scotland, and she knows some words of Swahili. But she is the queen of this program. And I'll tell you, with Women Creating Wealth, Coco was training women when, should I say it, not sexy. In fact, it was the least funded program. And people, you'd be like, Coco, our bread and butter is advocacy. What are you doing? And right now, if you look at GMT now, that is wholly, mostly what we're doing. So we go before people, and that's what we're doing with funding when we start talking about Afrishell and impact investing. So we will not only advocate for you, we will not only do the capacity building, but we will have to find ways to put capital in the hands of women. And thank you.
Andia was to invite Coco. Oh. Everybody's really good at their jobs today. The drummers and Caroline and Andia, so Coco, come.
I'm sorry, Coco, here you go.
FYI, this is the first ever in-person meeting, so it's just a nice group big hug sensation. Welcome, Coco.
It's called the Sisterhood. Thank you so much. I was actually wanting to stand down there because I feel too tall here.
No, you look fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. Habari yako? I think I'm adopting East Africa as my third home. Second home. Maybe I'll make it second. Thank you so much for being here today, and a very warm welcome from the Graça Machel Trust and the sisters, Caroline, Andia. Amazing, amazing. The connection to what it is that we all do to transform the lives of women and children from the Graça Machel Trust, and the sisterhood that we're building across the continent. Thank you so much. To our guests, thank you so much for being here. Eva and Commissioner Njoki, thank you so much for being here. I also want to acknowledge Susan Oko, who's in the room, but I'll tell you a little bit more about why I want to acknowledge Susan Oko as well. So I think I should probably just get straight to it. Graduates, can we actually change that phrase? Yesterday I was talking to our CEO and she said, listen, you can't have an entrepreneurship program where you graduate. Is it possible to graduate entrepreneurs? You are shaking your head, right? So let's call this recognition of progress. She's scrapping graduation. You know why? Because when we started in 2016, we had entrepreneurs that joined 2016, 2017, those who joined us. When we were doing a program in 2020, 22, they came back. Why? Because they knew they haven't stopped growing and they still need to scale. So as much as we are loving this day and we're celebrating with you, please know this is recognition of progress, okay? Because we have work to do. Now I'll tell you why we have work to do. We started the program really at the Grasshopper Shore Trust, right? Grasshopper Shore Trust, the conviction that Andia talked about started with how our founders' vision and wisdom around how you bring about change. And being part of the political liberation of Mozambique and Southern Africa, right? It was clear to her that we have got political freedom now, but there's something missing. And she says the women who participated in that political liberation did not do enough for other women. So her next mission that she took on with conviction was the economic liberation of women. And that is why we started, the Grasshopper Shore started. And it started with the financial crisis in 2008, when it became clear that men were making decisions on behalf of everybody and got us all into trouble. That's the crisis. So it was like, how do we get more women sitting at the table where decisions are made? And that is what started us with the New Faces, New Voices, Women in Finance group, right? We are in 18 countries. And really, it's about the collectives of people coming together to say we want to bring about change. And in this case, it's women who have been left behind, right? Brothers in the room, we're with you, we love you, but this is a conversation we need to have. That when we started Grasshopper Shore Trust, our assumption was women are undervalued, they're underestimated, and they're underrepresented, more importantly. Now, we also have come to know through this entrepreneurship program that women are undervalued, underestimated, sometimes not by everybody else, but ourselves, right? Which is why the research, the World Bank research has finding that entrepreneurship is really, among women entrepreneurs, is really accelerating in Africa, but seldomly do the businesses grow. Who wants to put a hand up to confirm that study? Otherwise, the World Bank has told a big lie. How many of your businesses do you believe is accelerating in growth from where you started? Put your hand up. Okay. How many X? 1X? 2X in every, let's say over the last 5 years, those who have been in business for 5 years. Tell us, those of you who say, I've gone 10X my business, which means I was $100,000, let's use dollars, and I'm now at 1 million. How many of you can say that? Okay, so none of you have 10X, right? Now, when you deal with investors, they come into a business that can 10X in 2 years, not in 5 years, okay? So it's really important that we also see what we start to conceptualize what growth is. You may think you're growing, but you're growing at a snail's pace. So, after having done this program for a couple of years, we did an evaluation. It was post-COVID to see the impact of the program. And we found some outstanding impact from what we did. And one of it was even entrepreneurs surviving during COVID and post-COVID. The other one was actually that 10X I'm talking about, some of them have gone even 20X. We had a couple of entrepreneurs who started, like, I'll give an example. Esther, Tanzania, she's in pottery. She started, she was doing $30,000. She had 4 employees. By 2021, when we did the evaluation, she had gone 1.5 million. When we went to see her business, she is going on to 2.5 million to 3 million. Now, that is the vision of what we believe all of you are capable of. The vision, huh? It's a vision. And it's about goal setting. So we dared ourselves to set a very audacious goal at the Grasshopper Shore Trust. That this program is going to reach 10,000 women who create $1 billion and 200,000 jobs in 5 years. Counting down now, we're 4 years. So all of you here, those of you graduating and those of you who just started, the challenge to you is, can you at least get to $100,000 in 4 years? Beautiful. Amen to that. $100,000 minimum. At the very least, 20% of you are going to create $500,000. Does that still give us $1 billion? It does, right? Earlier this year, we were at a global entrepreneurship summit where I learned a new word, unicorn. Do you know what a unicorn is? Okay, some of you in finance know unicorns. I didn't know about unicorn. Unicorn is somebody who's a billionaire in dollars. I learned that in the world, there's 1,700 unicorns in the world. Africa has only 1,300 unicorns. Africa only has 7. So together, as Women Creating Wealth, the 10,000, you are going to be the next unicorn. How many of you believe you can't create that, you can't become that unicorn? It's not one, it's not 100, it's 10,000 of you creating a unicorn. Please be excited about that. You know why I left business? I was in business for 15 years, and at some point I said, go big or go home. If you're not going to be part of the unicorn, please, take a seat. Because there's a race on. That is why when you get onto this program, we need you to complete fast. We have 4 years to become unicorns. We have work to do. But believe you me, we're cheering you on. We're going to give you as much support, as much networks, connections, but you need to show up. That's all we're asking. Show up. Now, the beautiful thing about the Grassam Shaw Trust, the way we work, remember Andia said we started with advocacy. Advocacy is really important because we say, when we have given all the training, the linkages to markets, finance, and everything, and you have absorbed it to the best of your capacity, and within your control, try to grow your business, and there are barriers that you cannot do alone, we need to stand as one to go to decision makers, to go to government, to go to sector industry heads, to say, this is the barrier that we are all facing as a collective. A collective of women in agribusiness, a collective of professional services, a collective of women in manufacturing, creative industries. We come together as a collective to get our voices heard. So please, all of you here need to know your collectiveness, if there's such a word, is the most important thing that is going to get you to break barriers where none of you alone can do it. So you need to hang together. That is why we've also set up the program where you get to know peers. And then you also get into collectives where you are in sector groups. Some of you look like you have not even met your peers. Please, the program is designed to support you as best as possible. And it starts with your peers, because you never know who you can do business with, who you can collaborate with. And all those, we talk about networking, right? It starts with those peers. If you can't network with your peers, you'll never be able to network out there. Go and speak to a financier, go and speak to a marketer, go to government and have a voice. So please, we really, really encourage you to trust the process that we've set up for you. Most of you remember the Ignite program as the hardest, but I also have people who say, wow, I'm just rolling with it because I have been waiting for this. So if you're a little bit lost, please look for your peers to also help you, because there are people who know where they're going with the program. And you just need to get a little bit closer and learn what they're doing, that you're not doing, the time that they're making that you're not making. Right? Remember I said this is a recognition of progress. That's why I'm still taking you back, huh? Because we're not finished. Okay. Right. I want to give a very special thanks to the partners who came on board to say we will journey with you with the mission of reaching 10,000 women who create $1 billion and 200,000 jobs in the next 4 years now. I want to start with the African Development Bank, and it's represented here by Susan Oko. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, having done capacity building program for a little while, we got to a point where the women are saying we're tired of capacity building program. Can you put money in our hands now? Right? So Andia leads the investment fund at the Grassama Shaw Trust, where we're trying to capitalize it, right? Afrishella, to capitalize so that we can directly fund you. After having done women's financial inclusion advocacy for so many years, we want to be able to say, we are now putting our money where our mouth is, by developing a fund where you can be funded. We're also looking for multiple partners. I've seen, there's some partners that we want to really start formalizing our relationship with, to be able to say, banks, please, here are the entrepreneurs, investors, who Andia is in conversation with all the time, to say, can we put more money in the hands of women? Because I think she also made the case. Why do we really support champion putting more money in the hands of women? Because when women have money, we don't marry another husband, right? Okay, what do? We inherit more children, the extended family, you know? I don't want to call it what we sometimes call it. It really is about investing in ourselves, and we invest in our communities. That's why we really are keen on that. I also want to mention Visa Foundation, who is the partner for this Fire Starters edition of Women Creating Wealth. Really, I think we've also learned hugely from the partnership with Visa Foundation, and we really appreciate that. We've also partnered with MasterCard Foundation. And in South Africa, we've partnered with the Industrial Development Corporation, which is a development fund, parastatal. We've partnered with the Financial Services Training Authority. So we're going around the continent partnering with more people. When we were in Uganda, we started talking to MTN. We hope they'll come on board. We're looking for more partners. But also, the partners that we have, Susan, I'm talking to you, please. We need you to partner with us to do more. Because we've done an excellent job with those that we started with the AFAWA program, right? And we have gone 10x. The funding that we got, we've gone 10x. And we put 10x into the hands of women. Okay? So we just need to do more. We really need to do more. I think we're going to hear a little bit about how the program works, so I'm not going to go into it too much. I've also really mentioned to you as the graduates that it's a recognition of progress. I think that's really important. I think one of the key learnings that we've also had at the Women Creating Wealth, Grassama Shaw Trust Women Creating Wealth program, is how much the program also works because we have this relationship with networks in the different countries. So when we come to a country, we already have a sisterhood. We have partners who will say, here's the way, here's the landscape of how things works here. So you're not starting from scratch all the time. It helps us to leapfrog very quickly when we start initiatives in countries. So I really want to say special thank you to New Faces, New Voices, trustees here, right? Caroline Armstrong and Wogechi Jitata, that's right. Thank you so much, because they hold that fort, and I tell you, this is an awesome force for the Grassama Shaw Trust in Kenya. Their work is amazing, strong professionals. They really give us a slap every now and then to make sure that we are all on the same page, and we really appreciate that, so thank you. Thank you for the partnership that we have with you. I also want to just maybe just lastly talk about some of the things that's really important to us as we go forward. Many times when we talk about women creating wealth, in fact, Tanzania, I was warned by a very big businessman, said, hey, you know, when women have money, it's a problem, huh? We have also heard in South Africa, we need more support from our male counterpart. They need support from you as peers, but you also need support domestically. Big up to you, Brother Peter. I think we need you to mentor some of the men who are not in the room. By the way, I'm wondering, why did you invite your partners today? Did you invite your male counterpart today? No, please. Let's not exclude them when we say women creating wealth. Where does the wealth go to? It goes to them. Who are we creating wealth for? For our homes. So please, let's explain. Please, we need you to be advocates and champions in your homes so that they are not threatened. And this is a very serious thing. Huh? Everywhere we go, this is an issue. They say we need support from our partners. And I see women who thrive and are going towards the millions. They all have partners who partner with them. Who in the pillow talks deal with, the stressful times, etc. So please, just ensure that you don't leave the men behind. Because if you do, you will be. Maybe Kenya is not like that, but in the room, because there's such few men here, I am not sure if you could have done better than what we have now. But that is a message to all the men in the room who are champions as well. Please, when you talk to brothers, please put in a word for your women entrepreneurs, because it's really important that we're not pulled back. And with that, I want to also thank our team, our awesome team. We have our Chief Financial Officer in the back there, Terry. We have our advocacy manager. Kenya is really blessed, huh? We have some of the powerhouses here. We have Wandimi, who is, everybody, who doesn't know Wandimi in this room? You all know Wandimi in this room, right? Why is that? He is the learner management system support guru. All the women, because we put on this learner management system for the e-learning. Why? Because we want to save you time, huh? They all struggle. When we do, Wandimi, 24/7, he's on a call center. Most of you don't know, most of us, right? But everybody knows Wandimi because of the digital challenge we've given you. Please take on that challenge, because if you can learn online, you can do business online. We've been very intentional. It's difficult, but we've been intentional. We also want to find solutions for more FaceTime, okay? And that we want to do with you in a focus group meeting. Hopefully we can do that today. I also want to mention Mercy. Mercy is our program manager for the Women Creating Wealth program in Kenya. We have Melissa, who's our program coordinator. Most of you will know Melissa as well, right? Yes. And then, of course, we have Jane Mui, who works closely with Andia on the Gender Lens Investment Fund. We have Sylvester, who's joined us as an M&E. He's doing a roadshow across the continent to see how we're doing. How can we do better? So welcome, Sylvester, for also making sure that you join the graduation, because he's also doing M&E here, right? Monitoring and evaluation. It's very important to us that, remember we said that 10,000 will create $1 billion? We want to make sure that we can really validate that. That is what he does. So when he calls you to say, I want to have an interview with you, please fill in this survey to see how you're doing, what's your turnover, please no. If we don't do that, we will be telling stories that women created wealth. So please, he needs your support. We all need your support to be able to tell the story about how we're creating wealth. I don't know if I've left any sister. There's sister, you see, this is how much we love each other. Wada runs Women Creating Wealth in Uganda. She's joined us here. Okay? So this is the love and the sisterhood and the brotherhood that we have that really is changing the continent for the better, for entrepreneurs, for women. We're also very passionate about girls. Grasshopper Show Trust has an adolescent movement because we believe we need to start sensitizing young women at a very early age. So we have an adolescent movement for that. And they will be the next and future, because we're not young forever, right? They will have to move forward and create more space, and hopefully they would have had that conviction to bring that same information and change as a change makers to the next generation. With that, I want to say thank you so much, and we look forward to the panel session that will also hopefully help you understand how GMT brings about change for entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Coco, for the overview. Isn't she pleasant to listen to? There's so many sound bites she's been dropping. I'm having a hard time keeping up with them, so I'll watch the video, like I almost always do, after. And then I take my notes, and then I get my tweets. So let's just write them down. So you have to indulge me. Unganisha are our entertainment group. I'm not going to call them. We will call them in our, what did you say? No graduations? In our marks for progress. In our recognition. Yes, let's call them to our parties. Whenever we're doing our product launches, let's call them for that. But for now, I want to call our panelists direct. So Ms. Muya Karibu, so that we can have our panel direct. I'm trying to redeem time. Let's keep it short and sweet, 20? Okay, 20 it is.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jane Muya. I've already been introduced, and allow me to introduce my panel. Starting with Melissa Mwiti. And Melissa, as Coco has said, is the Kenya Program Coordinator for the Women Creating Wealth program. Melissa. Next, we have Stephanie Nguku. And Stephanie is one of the coaches within the Africa Fire Starters program. Stephanie, you come on stage. Then we have Andia Chakava, GMT Investment Director and Managing Partner Afrishella. Andia. And then we have Juliet Kimotho, our Advocacy Manager. You watch your step. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, my dear panelists. And this panel seeks to unpack that entrepreneurship journey, our enterprise development program. What journey does the entrepreneur take from the beginning to the end? And what impact does that journey then have? So allow me to start with Melissa. And Melissa, you're the coordinator in Kenya, and you've worked with the cohort that is graduating. And capacity building is where the journey starts for the entrepreneur. But there are so many capacity building programs, and we've had it said that, women are over-trained, they are over-mentored. But GMT's program, Enterprise Development Program, is not just about entrepreneurship, is it? It's also about the entrepreneur. And so Caroline was on point earlier about, a focus on, what did you call it? Access to self-potential. So that's what we do within the Women Creating Wealth program. And so, Melissa, would you paint a picture for us? Would you take us through the journey the entrepreneur takes, going through the program, how it's structured, some of the highlights as they navigate it that you have seen, and what challenges do they come across, and how have you seen them work to overcome them?
Thank you, Jane, and good morning, everyone. So good to see you all. My heart is full today. Yeah, because we've worked a journey with the entrepreneurs, and my colleagues who went ahead and said this is a transformative journey, I can tell you it's not just for the entrepreneurs, but it's also for part of the team. For us, it transforms us. You cannot work with entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and not be yourself transformed. So thank you so much. So Jane, just going back to your question, and to give you an overview of the program and what the entrepreneurs experience when they come on board. So this is about a 10-month program that's in 2 main parts. So the first is Ignite course. And I think you had Coco mention about the Ignite course that Wandimi manages, which is a 5-module course. So we start with personal mastery and leadership, then we do entrepreneurship mastery that looks at operational excellence, scaling, systems, and then we have entrepreneurship mastery 1 and 2. And then we go to winning markets, We want our entrepreneurs to define who their customer is, to know what the market opportunity is, how to exploit that market, so winning markets. And then we have Know Grow Your Money. So Know Grow Your Money is understanding your numbers, understanding the figures. And we are saying we don't want the women to be number crunchers, but we want them to know what the numbers mean. So even if they bring on an accountant and he brings a report, they understand what it means to have a profit and loss account, a balance sheet, a cash flow statement, whether they are making money. That's very important. So that's the Ignite course. And then as we do that, we have our peer coaching sessions every week. And one big difference, Jane, about the program is we are big on having each one teach one. So it starts at that very early stage. So we say peer coaching, where the entrepreneurs go through their modules, self-study module, but come at the end of the week and share their learning, their experiences, tell each other what their challenges were, how they'll apply the lessons at a personal and business level. And then we go to master coaching. So we have coaches who have gone through the Ignite course, are qualified entrepreneurs, and have applied the lessons in their program. So when we say in their businesses, so when we say each one teach one, these are experienced entrepreneurs who can come back and share. They know what you're going through as entrepreneurs, and they can share their own experiences, even as they try to clarify probably technical aspects of the program. And then after that, we move to business coaches, and Stephanie will be taking us through the process. And then we prepare the entrepreneurs to access finance. So for those who are looking for money to expand their businesses, we prepare them. You had one of my colleagues talk about a showcase. So we had a showcase in March in Kenya, very successful. We had businesses showcasing or telling us about where they are and where they want to go. So in a nutshell, that's the process. And about challenges, I think, just working with entrepreneurs, I've seen resilience, with this cohort. I've seen women trying to balance different things, and sometimes almost giving up and sending me a text. And we have this joke with one or two entrepreneurs that, no, you cannot break up with me on text. Just let's have that conversation. And we've had that conversation, and they've stayed on. There are two entrepreneurs in the group who had babies. We have, and they are here today. Yes. And just yesterday when I was telling one of the entrepreneurs, I'm really looking forward to see her. She told me that they were really affected by the floods, and she sent me pictures. It's a big printing company, and the printers were covered, in just water and everything. But she told me we've dusted ourselves off, and we are here. And that's what resilience is about. So thank you so much. I mean, there's so much to say. I know we are limited by time, but like I said, it's been a pleasure to work with the women in this cohort in Africa Fire Starters. I'm so happy to see your progress and how this has impacted you. I know there are sometimes I wear this hat. People think I cannot be strict. I can be. So when you haven't done your courses, and when they did, they told me, oh my goodness, you mean this is what it was about? And we probably were following each other so many months. So I'm really, really happy. And thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Melissa, for that. And just because it's a really important issue, does the program at all touch on self-care, mental health, wellness of the entrepreneur?
Thank you for that, Jane. In fact, I had forgotten, and that's one of the things that separates our programs. Because when we start, we don't go, I talked about grow your money, understanding your target. We start with where the woman entrepreneur is. We want to meet her where she is. We want to understand that she has a lot she's probably grappling with, once is, doesn't know how to balance issues. So we start with a personal mastery. And we've had a lot of feedback about just knowing my ikigai, knowing my purpose for being. And that has made a difference. That has made the entrepreneurs sometimes even change what they were doing when they started the program. And even topics around self-awareness, emotional intelligence, leadership, how you lead your team, that has come out as something that stands out strong, from other capacity building programs.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for that. And Stephanie, business and technical coaching is a really important element or component of the support that we provide entrepreneurs. And you've been one of the coaches within the Fire Starters program. What key elements of coaching support have you provided the entrepreneurs that you have worked with, and how have you seen them benefit from that support? And maybe give us the challenges that you have seen them navigate and what highlights you might have from supporting them.
Great, thank you, Winnie. My name is Stephanie Guku, and it's a great pleasure to be in this session today. Representing one of the coaches among other amazing coaches who are also in the room, and have had the privilege to coach 6 entrepreneurs who are graduating today and are in the room. Yeah, I can see Nancy come. Okay, a couple of them. Great to see you there. So my engagement with these entrepreneurs has been, how the engagement works with us is that we begin with gap identification, whereby we are looking at the gaps that are, in their businesses. And now with a key focus on investor readiness, and what we are doing is that for you to be investment ready and to be able to attract the capital that the likes of Afrishela investors and financial providers have, there are certain benchmarks that have to be met. And in a lot of cases, we always have the issue around, the supply and demand, mismatch, where the supply is those who have the financing, and those who need the funding, the entrepreneurs, that's where the demand falls. And, you get a lot of questions we come up. Why is it that, with all this finance that we know is available, how is it that we are not able to access the finance? And usually the issue is around that. Now, the supply side, they have their own requirements or thresholds that they need to be addressed. But then the entrepreneurs or the demand side seem not to understand exactly what it is that the supply side requires. So we as coaches are work with entrepreneurs in being able to address those gaps, which potentially are could be the bottlenecks why they are not able to access funding. So the engagement is that we begin with a gap analysis, and this has to do with doing a holistic review of the business, of the gaps which could be there. And this can cut across areas like, market, areas around operations, around compliance, around the systems and structures, financial management, the team, and issues around governance. And so those, because the issue of finance is not just that, we need this funding to for working capital or for CapEx or to do 1, 2, 3, and 4. But then again, as a business, you need to be able to show that the business is well grounded, because with the gaps that are there essentially are perceived as risks. when funding is extended, if those gaps are there, those are potential risks. So we work with the entrepreneurs in helping them to address these gaps. If it is a market, for example, looking at some of the areas of the support that we work with and I've seen cut across, one of the areas is around access to market. Because if there is no market, then it means you are not selling, you are not making money, you cannot get to the 10x that Coco was talking about. So a lot of times that's a challenge that most entrepreneurs are facing. And so we look at what avenues are there that we need to be able to look at, and we need to be able to understand our market. What is the market size? What are the trades around the market that we are looking to serve? And what are the needs? Are we really addressing those needs? Could that be the reason why our products or our services are not being consumed? And so much around the market. We really need to understand that the market that we're serving and that what we are offering is really market fit. We look at the issues around operations. A lot of times, the businesses we start, it's a one-woman show. We are ladies here, and we are doing everything, from financial management to marketing and everything in between. And so as a business grows, we find that we have challenges, especially when you start bringing in the team. We lack systems and structures, and a lot of things can, fall, a lot of things can go wrong. So systems and structures are areas also that I have seen we need to fix, and because if they are not fixed, again, potentially could be areas of concern. Again, also the issue around financial management. When we are beginning, we always say that, when you're wearing a trouser, there are two pockets. There is my money and the money for the business. But then the trouser is mine. So I decide how the money is going to be used. But then now when we mix, there's that mix, is not that separation, the business will suffer at some point. So I get those questions of how do I separate, my personal money and, the business money. And, we have been able to delve with some of the entrepreneurs on issues around that. Digitization, we are living in the world where everything is digital. So we need to see how we can digitize our operations and, all the things that we are doing for efficiency and also saving time. We save costs. There is a lot which can, and being able to reach a bigger market. And of course, the access to finance, which is a big thing, and the reason why having this conversation around investor readiness. So there is, once you have fixed the gaps, so we look at fixing the gaps first, in the areas, just to mention the ones that I have mentioned. Then we go to the preparation of documents, which we refer to the documentation as the fundraising collateral. So these have to do with the pitch deck, the financial model, and pretty much are the ones that now you are able to present, to the potential financiers to be able to tell your story and show that you really have a business opportunity which they can be able to invest. So preparation of documentation is the other thing that us coaches are doing for the entrepreneurs. And we have also had a case whereby introductions have also been made with those we have felt are ready, and conversations are also going with these entrepreneurs with potential investment. Some challenges being around, of course, implementation. It's one thing having the knowledge that this where I have a gap and this is what I need to do. And in most cases has to do with the resources, whether human capital, whether it's the finances, whether it's equipment or premises or facilities there and then. But then again, we don't stop by saying that, okay, we have this challenge, but it's about us asking ourselves, how do we go around addressing this challenge? Because there's always a way around that. And as women, again, also the discipline that comes with running with an enterprise. Yeah, these are things that will not be taught in school, or they just have to be within us. The resilience that Melissa is talking about, the consistency that has to be there, and accountability. You need people around you to be accountable to, and that is gonna go a long way to just give you that push. So the highlights have been that, for me, I was fascinated by some businesses that I have been coaching, one of them being the Pets Paradise. They have this boarding for pets, boarding, yeah, and they have, and how the business is, it's actually classified into different classes. I was with Melissa when we visited that particular entrepreneur. So they have economic class, they have the other classes. Yeah. Yes, and then it's premium, okay, and very amazing. I always get fascinated by the businesses that So there are dogs and there are cats. A cat has their own space, a house and space to play, and and the kind of how the feeding is also premium. Very interesting. So that just also really inspires to see that women are able to identify opportunities, because even where they are positioned, it's a right market that they are targeting. And again, also the other highlight for me during the showcase, we had I had one of my entrepreneur pitching then, and she has a business got a lot of interest, and she's likely to get funding. Conversations are ongoing. And the other one, we have had many light bulb moments where we have had to think about remodeling the business, looking at the business model, what we are doing, and finding that there's money we are leaving on the table, and we can even add a few more revenue streams. That for me was very key, and also for the entrepreneurs. And also issues around access to market, building partnerships. We are always looking for the customers, but partnerships and collaborations is, for me, has worked very well in being able to get more business. And this also has been a very good highlight for them. And entrepreneurs been very excited about the next thing that they can be able to do with all the knowledge that they have received and already are applying. So that has been great for me.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Such a detailed depiction of how deep the coaching actually goes. And thanks for highlighting the innovativeness that women entrepreneurs are capable of, pulling off. But also just, linking investor readiness to strengthening business models so that they can be robust and scalable. Now to you, Andia. And Andia, you're leading the gender lens investment efforts at GMT, as well as the access to finance facilitation for the enterprise development program. And as we know, access to finance continues to be the #1 barrier faced by SMEs. And Afishala catalyzes investment advisory to support, investor readiness, and also provide access to finance through a variety of interventions that we put forward. So could you just take us through how we get this done and what impact that has had, especially in this particular cohort?
Yeah, hello everybody again. And Jane works really closely with me, so I wish she was the one even answering this question. But it's fine. I think she can add on, since we've been a formidable team of two. I think we tend to interact with entrepreneurs first in the beginning through data. So what a lot of you don't know is that when mobilization happens, we are looking for the ones that have a certain revenue scale. A COCO, because it's enterprise development, they can start a lot earlier with an earlier stage, but we'll be looking for businesses that have shown they've been around for 3 years, at least have a turnover of $60,000 a month. But that's not to say if you haven't reached there, there's nothing for you. No. That's why we have the coach, that's why we have the linkages. But I'm saying the access to finance identification happens from a mobilization perspective. At that point, when women join the program, we get to find out, we've seen businesses that have even been exporting to the US, UK, that have never even done a capacity building program. And what does that mean? It means that there's a certain level of, they do say ignorance is bliss. You don't know what you don't know. And a lot of these businesses have been self-financing. In fact, that is the preferred mode of how businesses have been supporting themselves in Kenya, in Africa, through retained earnings. And retained earnings is something that is good until you realize that you need to scale, or you have an opportunity and you can't capitalize on that opportunity. And then you walk into the bank and this bank manager doesn't know you, has never seen you, and now you need a loan when you're desperate. So what we aim to do is have women actually record the money that they receive. And I remember when Jane and I were even talking with finances, people were saying, you know, Kenya is a very tricky market because people can get money on their phone. And now, because of our zealous efforts of government, even pay bill people don't want. They're saying send money to the same one, which means from an investor point of view, there's revenue leakage. There's also that aspect where if your business, you can take cash. There's certain businesses that refuse to take cash post-COVID. I think you've read some of them. I don't know if you're one of them. So everything is digital as well. And then there's putting that money in a central location, which is in a different pocket, as our coach has explained. Having that regular transactional activity, even though you may not have a traditional asset that many finances prefer, sets you above the rest. Record keeping. Your record keeping is actually your collateral, because through that, people can see your behavior. And that is why a lot of digital lenders have been able to give Kenyans a lot of loans. And what do we have to say about that? How many percentage of Kenyans are in CRB, Credit Reference Bureau? What is a Credit Reference Bureau? You don't have to anyway tell yourself, you don't have to say. But some people joined there because, you know, they didn't pay back. It was so easy. It was so easy to get a digital loan, and many people took a digital loan. But did they take it to grow the business, or they took it when, you know, they needed to do some grocery shopping, they needed to do something extra? So the uses of funds also matters a lot. What are you using the money for? And many times we say, hey, we need this funding, but when we actually look, we tend to find that, and it's mainly women, we're asking for too little. But also that amount needs to make sense to the amount of revenue you're making. We've seen businesses saying, oh, I have revenues of about $100,000, but I would like to receive a loan of $100,000 or $200,000. It's really difficult for it to be one for one when you're starting out. It's got to be incremental. And in fact, with us, as we engage with the ecosystem and even our approach within Afrishella, we have what is called as milestone-based fundraising, where you get initially maybe a smaller amount, and then after you're able to top up and get a little bit more. So he who can look after the small money well can look after the big money well. But if I asked you now, how many of you have actually received some form of capital and paid it back. And I think this is something people need to declare. Now, we know in Kenya, you might not have borrowed from a loan, but did you borrow from your husband maybe? Did you borrow from the SACCO? Did you borrow from the Chama? Did you borrow from the Shylock? We need to know this because, again, your ability to pay back in whichever way is also a form of reference. It's also a form of basically, and what we've been doing within Afrishella is also educating the financial community that there are alternative ways to assess credit. Now, if you've never borrowed before and you're coming again for the first time, there's nothing wrong with it, but your business has to speak for itself in terms of how incrementally is your business growing. And also, are you basically in an area that is very, it has a new market and you can grow and you're very unique. And these are areas that investors fund. So what we find is that we have to start off with information. There's a lot of people that are used to the traditional forms of finance. They're used to the banking sector. But there's a whole other aspect of different funders. Does anybody know what an angel investor is? And has anybody received capital? Now, the word angel investor is misleading. And I remember when we did our study, everybody said, I'm looking for an angel investor. And they thought because, that's a good person. It's actually like a high net worth individual. It could even be somebody you're in the same community with, that you happen to share about your business, that actually took the first bet on you. And would you believe, even us as Afrishella, one of our first investors is an angel. These are individuals. So you can make an angel investor out of anybody. What you have to do is be ready with your elevator pitch. And that's why we spend a lot of time getting you ready and confident to pitch your business and to do it in an as efficiently as possible. As I speak to you now, I constantly have to be pitching Afrishella in whichever form. I have to be ready to pitch it in 1 minute. I have to be ready to pitch it within a panel discussion. But ultimately, the investor needs to know why your business is unique and how much money you need and what is the return. So immediately when I meet somebody that there's no business case, they're not arguing about whether women entrepreneurs are going to grow. They say, what are the returns? Now, for those of us that haven't necessarily done our forecasts, and forecasts is our numbers, you have to go and say, how am I growing? And you have to think really ambitiously about the growth. I think Coco has really challenged us about the scale. You're thinking big, and that's not to say that if you want to be the small mom and pop shop, that's fine. But what we also want to see businesses that are going to have succession plans, businesses that are going to have legacies, businesses that are going to be the ones that are funding other businesses. We're doing this because we're hoping that you too will say, I can become an angel investor. So we are making sure that people understand the different investor types and also appreciate the continuum of capital. There's an aspect of grant funding. That's another very popular form of funding that many entrepreneurs say, I wish I could get grant funding. And it's not as easy as it sounds. It's there. Sometimes it's very structured. It's linked to, very often it's linked to enterprise development programs, and often it has to deal with impact. So the fact that we're women entrepreneurs does not naturally assume that the impact will happen. We have to work for the impact. And what impact are some of the investors chasing, like us? We want to see gender, and not just you being women-owned, women-led, but are you the sort of company that you say, oh my gosh, I just found out my girl is pregnant, now I have to fire her. Who else now? Next. We have to see, is it a good place for women to work? Is it a supportive environment? Are your products and services ones that are basically improving the lives of women, not simply just exploiting women and doing that normal, looking at women more as just a consumer, but are we actually helping the lives? Many people are also looking at climate change. What can we do about climate change? And you'll be surprised, every aspect of your business, from disposal, from recycling, from the packaging material that you're using, from the content, has a climate change angle. Is that something that has been thought about? There's also the aspect of how much of your business is going back to indigenous communities. So if you're there and you're dealing with some agricultural product, is there a traceability factor that we can say it actually came from this person's farm, and actually with the proceeds of our business, we're giving back to that community? And why is that important? Because some of this money is related to impact. Now, I can talk a lot. I haven't even gone into the second part of what I have to say, so let me just keep quiet. But I think I'll see you when we do more master classes. But yeah. I was saying the route to money is based on a number of things, whether it is governance, whether it is the ambition and the scale of what you're trying to do, whether it is the track record, whether it is the integrity. One of the reasons we pride ourselves as GMT, we say we're doing due diligence. If Melissa says to me, you know, this person wasn't even showing up in the program and they were around, I'm like, oh, are they trustworthy? Will they show up with their payments? Will we be able to track them down? So it also has various aspects to it. It's not simply about I need the money, and because I have this business, I must get it. I think it's about the money for the right stage and being able to absorb the capital you need and being able to match your business growth with the right type of capital needed at that particular point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Isn't she passionate? Yeah. And Juliet, I also know you are passionate, but we are really doing badly on time. And the problem of going last is that, you know, I have to hurry you along. But advocacy is really a key component of GMT's strategy to drive change. And of course, earlier, Andrea and Coco alluded to how GMT, you know, has driven the advocacy agenda. And we do leverage our platform to bring together relevant public, private, and development partners to stakeholders to increase engagement and collaboration. Could you just speak very briefly on GMT's efforts, advocacy efforts, and how those have catalyzed a gender-responsive operating environment for early stage and women businesses?
All right, thank you so much, Jane. It's more like save the best for last than when you're last and you know, there's little to talk about. But yeah, there's so much they've spoken about. And I just want to begin by where our advocacy is rooted. And as an organization, we call ourselves a Pan-African Gender Equity Organization. So that's where our gender agenda begins. And even in the composition of our staffing and the constituents we work for, there's really a significant representation of women and youth and you know, from all the different constituents from the different geographical sectors that there is. So I'd begin by saying our approach to advocacy is really evidence-driven. You know, you can't walk in a room like a mad woman or man and just speak about anything without backing that up. So our starting point is always evidence. And where does the evidence lie? It lies within our entrepreneurs, the experience that you have starting a business, registering that business, being able to even sell your produce and products to the different clientele that you have in your possession. For us, we follow your journey and we want to understand where are your struggles. Are they at the inception stage? Are they at the, you know, scale up stage and all that? So once we collect that evidence, and we've been able to do that, we've been able to conduct studies around the barriers of women and youth in entrepreneurship. We've also done a study around how COVID-19 has hit businesses, women businesses, and what that impact looked like. So through this evidence, we are able to develop the strategies that need to be applied to reach out to the different stakeholders. Jane has mentioned we work with both private and public sectors. And very important to mention that first, how we do that is movement building. You know, when you work as an individual and as a group to influence change, to influence a decision anywhere, it carries more weight when you're a lot of you. And it even intimidates, or it more or less gets everyone thinking that this is a public concern. Advocacy is really based on public concern or public issues. And if you have a common issue, it means there's something that someone is not doing right, or there's something that needs to be addressed differently. So we have this public issue that with it, we are able to propose, for instance, the different recommendations that should be done. One way we do that, we have our women in business networks, and they've been able to command women in business who are at different levels in business. Those businesses that have existed for years are making volumes of income, and those who are even starting up. Very important to note that our women in business networks have been the hand-holding element in terms of connecting the women who are, and do not have very big businesses with financial opportunities and institutions. I'd give a practical example, for instance. We have our women in business in Uganda that was able to bring on board 250 women who are unbanked. These are grassroots women doing businesses. And my Andia has mentioned that record keeping is important. Everyone needs to do the trail, follow the trail. And what our women in business networks have done is, first of all, provide the financial literacy needed by these groups, by the women at grassroots level, to be able to access loans, to be able to even know who they go to not only save their money, but also be able to invest with the money they save and even borrow more to grow their businesses. And in so doing, this has attracted a lot of attention in terms of partnerships. We've seen banks seeing an opportunity in this, that, there's this group of 250 women in a district in Luego that has never, had a bank account, or they don't know about a loan product here and there. And what do? They join our networks on the ground to come and do activations, to come and do awareness raising campaigns. And then from there, they live there knowing they have registered like clientele. And remember, one thing we are good at as women is we are mobilizers. That's why we see a lot of women groups at community level. You see a lot of, we are very good at joining networks, whether chamas and things like that. So once you get one person registered, imagine how many others will follow. And they monitor and you see that what has been the impact of you being banked or joining a SACCO or joining a financial institution look like. So they borrow a leaf from what they see. And that's how the financial institutions have been able to raise it. So I'm happy to announce that from those 250, almost 200,000 other women have been able to benefit from that snowballing effect of mobilization, reference, and things like that. And that's just one country. Another strategy that is that has worked with our networks is the linking strategy. So we know as a network, because we sit in the same platforms as the different stakeholders in government who make the decisions in terms of, do we need to set up a women entrepreneurship fund, who also know what products the bank have come up with. And then there's this other group of women who have never registered a business, but they are working in the informal sector. Very important to note, in Africa, the informal sector is 70% of women are in the informal sector. So imagine that. This is a group of women that you really want to see benefit from, the different opportunities that are there at whatever levels. So we play that linking role. We have set up together we've set up communities of practice. And what these communities of practice look like, it's like we bring together the entrepreneurs who are our key constituents. We also bring together the financial institutions that we know have the products or the capacity to address the issues of entrepreneurs. And then we bring the private sector. So it's both public and private sector. And even all these individual investors that Andia has spoken about. With our communities of practice, this is where information circulation happens. So you know, for instance, with the research that we've done, most women say they have an idea of a policy, but they don't know what the policy says and how it trickles down to her and the selling of fruits and the selling of honey and everything else. So what this community of practice have been able to do is break down the information in a language that the grassroots woman understands, in a language that any other woman in business understands. So, and this has really helped because big even trading platforms such as the Africa Free Continental Trade Area and you've had the amazing AFDB with the AFAWA program, all these fancy words, the only way they can make sense to a typical entrepreneur at community level is breaking it down in a language that they understand and knowing where they actually can access this funding, where they can actually access this training. And that's what our communities of practice have been able to trickle that down for. Also, GMT is very keen on, as our convening role, playing that bridge role, because we sit indeed in different platforms, especially at continental level, at regional economic level. At the moment, we have existing partnerships with the African Union Women and Gender Directorate, and all these are just for us to streamline, more like grassroots upwards. I don't want to use the bottom-up word. It could mean many things. So, but grassroots upwards approach, and for us is we represent the voices of all our entrepreneurs, and not just representing, we actually get the entrepreneurs on those tables. We, in our missions, in all our advocacy missions, carry along 1 or 2 or 3 entrepreneurs and make sure they are actually presenting on their entrepreneurship journey. They are actually sharing the real stories of the challenges they are facing in their capacity, individual and collective capacity.
Thank you, Juliet.
So in conclusion, I'll say, so and I'll also say the last bit, which is the last approach we've used. My colleagues have spoken about capacity building, but I'd like to mention that on top of the Ignite program, we have the online leadership program that has really helped entrepreneurs, leading women in the entrepreneurship sector, actually learning new skills on how to do business, or even elevate their leadership role in business, because they also sit in boardrooms, they also make these decisions. And we are very happy to know that some of them have used this knowledge to expand their businesses, to expand registrations in markets that they've not been to, and so forth and so on. And I'm just looking at NFNV Kenya, and I know their big role that has been in influencing the insurance advocacy arena in the country. And I know they can actually give very good case studies on that. So just to say, this is just a few of the examples that we do with our advocacy work, but there's a lot really behind the scenes that we do. But because of time, I'm gonna honor your stop. But thank you.
Yeah, I thought Andia was passionate. Juliet is very passionate. Thank you so much, Juliet. And I like what you're saying. And you reminded me of something that Mama Michelle said, that GMT offers a platform where women can come together and speak with one voice about the issues that impact them. And guys, give a hand clap for my panel. I know we have taken all the time for the next panel, but I hope we've unpacked and painted a picture of what the entrepreneurship journey does look like. MC, I'm so sorry for the time we've taken, but thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Tea has been served upstairs. A handful of us forgot to sign up for lunch, and this place has a set menu. So for those of you who did not sign up for your lunch, housekeeping, please go upstairs to 7th floor, talk to Daniel, and sign up for what your food is so that the chef knows what to make for you. Now, there's a lovely, I am really crashing for time. Are you feeling that? Or you're just enjoying yourself? Mostly the latter. I love that for you. I love that, but we have to help each other here. The lovely Wangeshi Gitata, not Gitaka, okay? Are you people looking up each other on LinkedIn, by the way? Please, follow each other, right? Is up next, and she's moderating a session with 3 fire starter entrepreneurs. She is the vice chair, New Faces, New Voices. So please come up and keep it going. Yes, please. No, you will call up your panel. Oh, the 3 fire starters, you're welcome. They're going to be a surprise to all of us. Yes, you're very welcome. Who are the 3 fire starters? Melissa has them.
So I'd like to call Metian, Kamaldeep, and Lynette.
We're going to stand.
That's fresh.
I think if we sit, we're going to talk for long. So we're going to stand. That's what we'll do. And don't we have 3?
The 3 of them.
There we go. Wonderful, wonderful. How's everybody? Yeah, this is really exciting. I love the gowns. Nice touch. Yeah? Yes, so that everybody can see each other. Shall we? Shall we move over this way? Come. Let's go this way. I need my paper. I don't need the... Come. Yeah? Okay, good. Can we on this side? Thank you. Alrighty then. Hi. You want to sit? Oh. Yeah, but it's dirty. It's dirty. Let's grab you my seat here. No. The chair's up. I want us down here. What? This is my panel. Excuse me. Please, have a seat. Because we've been sitting for a while. So, yeah. And we're flexible because that's part of being an entrepreneur, right? Yeah. You have to adjust and go with the circumstances in which you're in, isn't it? So what I'm really very quickly going to do, because I've been told we're very, very short on time, is I'll have our panel introduce themselves, especially because I'm also getting to meet them. We saw each other at breakfast, which we had to gulf down quite quickly. So if each of you would introduce yourselves, the name of your business, it's okay, just sit. Okay, so you introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your business, like real elevator pitch, like not for Andia's investors, like we're literally basement and we're coming up to 6th floor. How quickly can you tell me who you are and what you do?
Thank you. My name is Lynette Wanjiku Kinywa, co-founder of Pensoft Systems Limited. We are a software development company. So over the years, we have progressively rolled out various options, solutions, all tailored to meet the unique needs of our clients. Some of them are like pensions, insurance, property management, health, job evaluation, just to mention very few. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Metian Pertet Waiganjo. I'm an accountant by profession. I'm a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. I'm a second-generation manager in schools that my parents founded 40 years ago. I think back, and my mom founded this business when she was in her 20s. And I realized, you're standing on shoulders of giants. And when I stand here, I stand not only for myself, but for my family as well, because without them, I would not be here. I worked in corporate for several years before I decided to take a step back and invest in our business, because what I was doing as a cup of tea, our family business was having some challenges in, and I thought that's a great opportunity to level up. Fast forward, started 40 years ago with 7 children. We now have 2 campuses, almost 2,000 children, second generation management. We are in the competency-based curriculum. great achievement for us and focus area is building all-rounded individuals, people who can settle in any sphere, any atmosphere, in business, in careers, wherever we find ourselves. We thank God for our strong alumni network, many of who have come back to bring their own children. That's the greatest vote of confidence that we would ever have. Thank you. Did you tell us the name of the school? No. First, I'm an alumni of those schools from kindergarten. More reason why I thought if it worked then, how much more will it work now? The schools are Olerai schools. We're based in Kajiado County, in Ongata Rongai and Kiserian. Asanteni.
Good morning, everybody.
Excuse me, sorry. Can you have a seat?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kamaldeep. I'm the director of Malaika Gifts and Interiors. We are based in Nakuru, Naivasha, and in Mombasa. We deal with handmade gift items. We can do any item you want according to, we usually deal with beads. So we do table mats, wine glasses, and everything. We work with corporates and also individuals. Thank you.
Wonderful. Everybody, give the ladies a round of applause. I recently started this entrepreneurship journey, so I'm very excited to hear about this multi-generational, business that has started. And if you think about the biggest businesses in the world, they started, their root was as family-owned businesses. So kudos to your parents for you to take on that torch, because really, truly, even as the three of you stand here, I'm sure that's what you wish, that business that you're building right now, that 10x you're being told about by Coco, that becomes a legacy business. So congratulations. Thank you. So I'm going to go right to it. We were told here that we were given a very short amount of time, but one of the things that I wrote down when I was listening to Juliet speak, right, and hearing about the fact that, yes, it's true, we're a whole community, is that we're asking you, as the entrepreneurs, to tell the others to come and see what has Firestarters done to your businesses, what has Firestarters done for you as individuals and as leaders, right? So come and see. But because our time is so short, I'm going to ask each of you to just give me one aspect of the three things. So we'll start with you, and you'll tell me what you got, the one thing that you got out of the Ignite part of the program. So please go ahead.
The one thing that I got is my pitch deck. I used to be so nervous. I would not talk. I went for a pitching, and I was literally shaking. But my coach actually really helped me with my pitch deck. When I was presenting it, I really understood my pitch better. After working with her, it really put me through. Thank you.
Wonderful. And then if you could tell me about the peer coaching. So one thing about the peer coaching that, really made a difference for you.
So when someone was talking about networking with your peers, I think that was one of the first things that struck me. And when we joined the group, everyone was posting their contacts, and I was like, how will you ever keep track of this? So I spoke to Melissa and asked, can we have this on a database? So we populated some, and for one reason or the other, it found us in the business where we had just set up a commercial kitchen. Remember, this school started 40 years ago. What were we cooking with? Firewood. 3 years ago, we were thrust into junior secondary that needed to be set up in 6 months, courtesy of the government of Kenya. But we took on the challenge, and we thought it would be a great opportunity to transform our cooking methods. So we set up a commercial kitchen. Thankfully, we now have consolidated 2 former kitchens into one, which has cut almost down our costs by almost 40%.
Wonderful.
After that, we thought, wait a minute, we've been buying snacks from Naivas and the Tuskies of this world, but we can do this stuff in-house. So I said, okay, fine, let's put a provision there. I don't know how we will do it, but we'll need to figure this out this year. Where does the Firestarters take me? Googling, looking down our contacts, and I say, bakery. Adelaide, please, just stand. Where's Adelaide? Here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adelaide. She may never understand what she did for our business because, again, it's her cup of tea, so you don't realize what you're doing to others. We set up a bakery. Today we serve over 1,000 students daily.
Wow.
With fresh snacks, from bread to chocolate buns to scones to, name it, cakes, cupcakes. The joy on the children's faces
Wonderful.
is wonderful. The cost implications, I can't even tell you enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for you, I would like to hear from you about the master coaching part of the program. If you could give her the mic. Thank you.
That's about the mentor, right?
Yes.
Now, I got a very nice mentor, Faustina. And Faustina has really come through, and we are scaling the business, and we now have an app that will be beneficial to women. We are in the process, so I'll tell you about it once it's done. And through that, we've been able to employ more staff. Yeah. So there's so much to say about this program. It's only that we don't have time. But yeah, that has been really good. And can I continue?
Yeah. I haven't gotten the eyes of the look yet from.
Something, yeah. So something else also I've learned is that about the financials, the finance. You know, we could have people to do for us the financial statements, but then you need to know how to interpret them. And the program has very nice module on all those financial things that you can go through, and they are very beneficial. And something else is the tax requirements. Now, that is a monster. And you could have a tax consultant helping you, but you need to understand, because you can really get messed up. I don't work for KRA, but what they do, they backtrack 5 years back to check how your business was, and it can really mess you up. Yeah. So we need to, and now we have so many of them. So we need to be, to be very careful. Just be compliant. And I also noticed for some funding, they ask you if you are tax compliant. They want to see before they fund your business.
Yes, yes.
So that one has become very serious.
Okay. Well, and not an and.
And the last one, about well-being. I'm now doing yoga.
Yeah.
Yeah, something that I never used to do. It's good for you to be in the right mental state for you to be able to lead others.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, ladies. I'm going to ask each of you to give me one word, not statement, one word, right? That for you, you feel sums up the impact that this program has made in you and in your business. One word. So, give you a few seconds to think about it. You ready? Go for it.
Confidence. I have a lot of confidence now. I can teach.
Yes.
Balance. Family, work.
Insightful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Please make sure you speak to all of them. Right? We're here until after lunch, so make sure you speak to all of them because this is super, super exciting. And congratulations once again. Yeah.
That was good, wasn't it? Thank you. Metian's story was amazing. I'll talk to her after lunch. Now, I have to make a decision. I get to have that privilege. There's a very, very nice lineup coming. It's Eva next. But because you cannot miss listening to my namesake, we call each other that, please go grab your coffees for 5 minutes. Please, 5 minutes. Yeah? It's upstairs. We cannot drink tea at 1. It's not nice and neat, okay? Go grab that, have your bathroom breaks, sign up for your lunches, and then come back. And then, I would like for us to do a round of applause. There's an entrepreneur who came with a 3-week-old. Can you even? Isn't that the essence of being an all-rounder? She is mom and baby in tow and taking notes. She's better than me for sure. For sure, I will be networking with her on how she does the balance and how she's here with a 3-week-old postpartum. So stand up right now. It is at the stroke of noon right now, right? Please be seated here in 5. Let's be good ladies, in 5. In 5, if you can. Or just pass up the tea. Permission to bring it in here. Permission to bring it in here. Yeah, be on your way, because we're going to have Eva Muraya, and then we're going to have our chief guest, and then we're going to have the ceremony, and then we'll have lunch, and then the sweet networking after. So shall we be? These ones have started networking. Yeah, let's start. Let's start with the ones who sat and honored the promise to be back in 5 minutes. So ahead of us is Eva Muraya. She is a formidable business person. I have had the privilege of being her client, and she does her job with excellence. I have sat with her in boards when she was doing her pitch, she was doing her convincing. Let me tell you, do not go on the other side of Eva's table. She is coming for you and does it with grace. You do not even know what made you enter her box, but you pay her happily, gladly. Next time you call her, you're like, Eva, I need you. She's really good. She is really, really good. We respect her in our circles. I work in PR circles, and Eva is one of those legends, truly. She has taken every award there is to have, at least in the Kenyan space, on the continental space. Last I checked, she was a presidential advisor on gender issues. So aside from being an expert in the comms and PR field, she is also a passionate gender advocate, and she always advocates for the girl. And she's always having that in her communication. It's a thread that runs through. Eva, can I decorate you more? No, come and show them who you are. Just come. Just come. Clap for her. Give her flowers. And I said that from my heart. Imagine if I read it. It would be a lot. Please.
Thank you.
We. Ukilipa namesake madola.
It will be true, Lulu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. How you all feeling? This is really beautiful. I heard Coco and Caroline say that you all are looking wonderful from this side. I couldn't wait to come to this side. Please, jipigieni makofi. So thank you for coming back. For a minute there, I wasn't sure that they would come back. But thank you very, very much for coming back. Thank you for staying the course, graduates. Thank you, because we wouldn't be here. Let's celebrate the graduates one more time. And the cohorts that will come after the graduates, well done, because seeing is believing. Come on, tell her, seeing is believing. Asanteni sana. Andia and Caroline and Coco and the whole team at the Gracia Michelle Trust, which is what I want to call it. I don't want us to call it GMT. We were having a conversation. There is just such power in the brand of Gracia Michelle Trust, isn't it? I really, really want to thank you. I've had such mixed emotions since I came in this morning. One is because I was right there at the beginning of the beginning when the trust was being launched many, many years ago, right in the room at the Windsor as we were launching this on the back end of the meltdown. So enjoyed such amazing mentorship from Mama, and just hearing that now her life purpose was to economically empower African women. So I really feel honored. But I think the other reason I have had such emotional turbulence is because my entrepreneurship throwback happened today. Thinking 24 years. Wow. 24 years. And Catherine, please stand up. Catherine was one of those I brought into my vision, saying, come, let's do this thing, this audacious thing. This is when I started my business. She was absolutely the very first risk taker with me. Hired her as our production manager, and she has never let me down. So you can appreciate that as I am invited to come and speak, and I will try and be respectful of the 10, 11, 12, 13 minutes, that 14, 15 minutes, that I have been accorded, that I try and extract from the 24-year journey. And maybe I want to, so I'm going to be a bit all over the place. I didn't have, I do you? Am I in a safe space? Even in a day and age of social media? Social media. Tell whoever you're sitting next to, it takes grit. It takes grit. So just to contextualize, I have been an entrepreneur running my several businesses in the last 24 years. Prior to that, I worked in corporate Kenya for about 12 years. But what was very interesting about that corporate journey, take your corporate journeys seriously, is that each time, except for when I was an intern at BAT, which was a phenomenal experience in the marketing department, each single time, working for a startup PR company, working for the Londro Group in various initiatives, introducing the great global brand of FedEx into this market from zero. Nobody knew what it was. Everybody used to ask me, oh, wewe ni kama DHL. Growing it into 5 countries. So 12 years of corporate starting up, you see? And in those seasons that spanned about 12 or so odd years, now you're all doing the math, please, you're being unkind. Can't a girl try and convince you, you know, I turned 29 not too long ago, but anyway, we will get right back to that. I realized that it was equipping me for this entrepreneurial journey, which I want to say has been amazing, and we're going to get into that very, very quickly. Post-corporate Kenya, I was born and raised in Kenya, born in Nairobi, grew up with a single mother, very, very hardworking woman. She was a secretary, and in those days, jobs were many, and so she worked for many companies, and she was a secretary in advertising agencies. And so my creative genes, my mother helped them. Invested in my reading skills, never ever missed a single performance on stage since I was in kindergarten. I always remember my mother sitting like where Caroline is sitting throughout my school. I was her only child. She affirmed me. She subscribed rainbow magazines to me, little newsletter that came with the Nation newspaper every Monday for like 7 years of elementary school, and I'm speaking to mothers here. Then we ended up moving back to the countryside, and I was raised by my grandparents. I do not remember a single day that my upbringing created a differentiation or an iniquity between boys and girls. My grandfather took us all through school. My mother struggled, so her father came in. And he was willing to sell his shamba when my mother couldn't raise the fees necessary for me to go to the school. Simtaniruhusu niseme tu nilienda Alliance. Woi. Coco, I went to the school. And I don't have license to tell people that I went to Alliance, so I won't tell them. And that's the socialization. And here I am, you do school, finish, go to college, and start to work. And then, this hunk of a man, he started to wink at me as I was on my way to choir, St. Andrew's Church choir. Mike Moriah, please allow me, am I in a safe space? Yes. Mike Moriah was how I was introduced to entrepreneurship. My husband, who we had a remembrance for just Friday, I was telling Caroline, 25 years. And I was a corporate girl doing big stuff, regional, big business. And I married a guy who I loved with intensity, and who on my wedding day, you know those aunties who will be whispering as they give you 20 shillings as your gift. Eh? Now you know that I got married a long time ago. And she would ask, na huyu kijana anafanya kazi gani? On the day of the wedding, what does your husband do? What this boy? And I'm like, I don't know, but I love him. Because I had not quite understood that University of Nairobi, upper second in economics, a completely smart gentleman had decided not to work for the banks or anybody but to set up his business. I thought he was cuckoo, but I loved him. Tell your neighbor, hey, love is a verb. Love is a verb. So his socialization was entrepreneurial. Mine was corporate, okay? I remember growing up in a homestead where they said to you, once you finish school, work hard so that you can work for government, okay? Work hard so that you can be an engineer, an architect, I think. They talked about engineering, medicine, and lawyer, okay? Please remember the set on stage, the poetry, writing scripts in high school, winning, I don't know whether I have anybody from my high school days here, but winning awards for high school and plays and best actressing and all that. But the school system did not socialize me to figure out how to dovetail that creative energy, and I was in trouble a lot of the times in high school because of being mischievous. You know, caricaturing the teacher, this is how they, okay. I was probably 25 when I was introduced to this big word, entrepreneurship. But I want to say here today to you graduates, absolutely no apology for that, okay? Absolutely none. And granted, there were amazing corporate years. I learned a lot. I learned to import from that season professionalism, standards, issues of employee contracts, processes, governance. I was learning as I was starting up within somebody else's budget. So perhaps I made fewer mistakes starting up, which is probably not everybody's experience here. So today, I am an entrepreneur because 24 years ago, I began a company with others called Color Creations Limited. And yes, we have had some mountaintop experiences. We lived through the civil strife of 2008, which was another day we will talk about that thesis. And did that, excelled in it, built a regional business, and then at the 9th point, the year or the 9th year of my enterprise, something in me said, I feel like running an operation is not really what I'm cut for. I want to get more into strategic advisory. So nearly 15 years ago, 14 actually, we set up the Brand Strategy Design Group, which has grown into 5 enterprises under the group. BSD Limited, which is a strategy practice. Avid Public Relations Limited. Whiteboard Advertising Limited, Brand Code Africa Limited, which is a soft skills development company, making sure people learn to live on brand, for brand, about brand. And most recently, a social enterprise called WADE, Women in Africa Deepening Engagement. And there's a reason for that. So throwback, I'm with Catherine. We win a big tender from MRM. This is 2001, October, because the business started in August. And I come to Catherine and I'm shaking and shivering because I convinced a client that I was the very best thing that there ever could be in producing, printing, providing materials for his very important launch, the Mabati roofing ZAS. Remember that? Domu ZAS? Okay. So I convinced this client. And, you know, he's telling me, you get that? And then I got my LPO. And I was, you know, and then I was just so excited. 3 months in, I get my LPO and I'm heading to my car because I'm just too excited, hadn't read the LPO. When I got into my car, I read the LPO. Coco, it was 3 million shillings worth of work. I had never in my life spelt 3 million shillings, heard of, seen, imagined. It was just a lot of money. And I didn't know how I was going to service it. And I got into my car, and those days, the window, hello, thank you. I must remember this cross-generational, all those things that I heard. And I burst into tears because I didn't know what to do. Then I thought, okay, let me go see my bank manager because surely he'll be happy for me. Note, he will be happy for me. And I quickly drove to town, found a parking. Those days they didn't just tow you. And I went to my bank manager. To this day, I have never told anybody what that bank was, and I see them, they are in town. And anyway, I went and I showed him, and those days the bank managers used to sit on something similar to this, and you all subjects would be down there, okay? And I gave him my LPO, right? And he looked at me, and he had little miwanis, and then he looked at me, and he was in his swivel chair, and he said to me, "Does your husband know that you are borrowing? Does your husband know that you are borrowing?" Suffice it to say, I have never forgotten. I think I have forgiven him 24 years later, but that was the beginning for me of understanding that as a woman and a woman entrepreneur, the system does not quite invite you to the party. And I think that led to me having little coffees with some girlfriends of mine who had taken the courage to start up. There were not many. When I started my business, my mother almost had a cardiac arrest because you've got a big global ranging corporate job. You've quit to do what? To print t-shirts. For who? How? Who taught you to print? And never mind that I had little children, 2-year and a 6-year-old. Because we were not socialized to consider entrepreneurship as something we can do as women, and just systemically, entrepreneurship was for failures, for those who have not turned out to be doctors and lawyers. There was no value associated to it. So the reason that I was having some emotional something there, except Coco kept tapping me, is because we really have come a long way, and I want to celebrate every partner that has made this program possible. I want to celebrate the vision of Mama. I want to celebrate Visa Foundation. I want to celebrate Afrishella, Andia, and the ecosystem. Some of you are here because you have now started to train women, and to celebrate the coaches here. What you are doing is so necessary for this continent, for this country. Graduates, you now have permission to be on the table because of those shoulders that were talked about before. When I began and when my mother was fretting, and she did, and I could see why, because she didn't understand it. The only socialization I had was going to the market with my grandmother, local market, to sell avocados, potatoes with her as a young child. And I associated it with when she gets money from the market, we will go and buy sugar and flour and go home, and it would be good. Socialized to think, you know, it wasn't really anything that could have been impactful or wealth creating. But that narrative has since been repositioned and remodeled. I want to say to you all entrepreneurs in the room, my journey has included a couple of principles. The first is that you need the courage, and that is why I have said to you today, you have absolute license and you have permission to be on the table. That bank manager who asked me, does my husband know I am borrowing, was trying to say to me, who gave you permission to play around with 3 million shillings worth of a contract? Isn't that what he was asking? Are you sure you can handle this volume of work and responsibility? You need the courage to first say, I am going to build wealth through a journey of entrepreneurship. And I think the program, as I listened to this amazing panel, has completely equipped you to do exactly that. It has taken courage for me to say we will be the agency, which is what we are today, that best defines the journey of struggle through my own personal routing for women consumers. When we turned 10 years as BSD, I asked myself, so what will the next 10 years look like for me? I found that after that question of the bank manager, I started to gather in little coffee places with my girlfriends and asking them, you know, how are you recruiting? Where do you find talent? You know, your books, your whatever. And we realized that we were all dealing with certain struggles, but the system didn't have a safe place like this, where this ecosystem would call you into. So that created the opportunity for us to found the Kenya Association of Women Business Owners, which I am proud to still be associated as a director, but I was a founding chair, and we were the guys who then went ahead and did great advocacy around supplier diversity. You know, today the story is told. So you'll need courage to think differently about your business, courage to ask the important questions for any partners, funders, courage to bring in the right talent. You'll need courage to find a new path, move away from red oceans where everybody is doing what everybody else is doing. I was looking at the list of graduates and I asked myself, who amongst these graduates will position their businesses to take advantage, and I heard you, Andia, meaningfully, relevantly to the opportunities today. The world is bleeding out of figuring climate change and the injustice of climate change. How is your business going to position so you differentiate? The courage to expand, the courage to say, I'm going to go cross-border, the courage to think about product diversification, the courage to reinvent, the courage to take some more risk on your business, to say, bring in the money because we can do something with it. As a brand innovator, as a brand communicator, as a brand manager, my personal journey as an entrepreneur running this set of businesses has been because we differentiated. So I talked about when we turned 10, which was 2000 and under BSD group. This was 2019. We decided that we were gonna ride on the journey of women's economic empowerment, and I don't have quite the time today to get into all the things that, just the struggle of entrepreneurship, and then you find you're advocating, and then you find you've become a poster girl on that particular initiative, whether it's access to capital, credit, markets, etc. And I said, that struggle, plus the fact that the craft of brand innovation, communication, and management is something I really, really love to do, let's blend that into the next 10, 20 years. And I realized that to actualize the opportunity that was now presenting, I needed to collaborate with partners. So you will need the courage to find sound, credible collaborations. I just heard a testimonial told about the bakery, and that's just amazing. So how did we differentiate as BSD? Initially, as Color Creations, we differentiated by being quality certified. Got ISO certification 9001 when nobody in sub-Saharan Africa had ever done it. And that helped us to access markets like the Coca-Colas and the big boys who needed you to be of a certain credible quality level to do business with them. But as BSD, how have we differentiated? We have differentiated because in 2021, after now thinking it through in 2019, launched the first ever top 100 most loved brands by women in Kenya study. We have published that the last 4 years, and we partner with Ipsos, and this differentiation has made BSD Group be that one communications agency, dare I say, on the continent that best understands a woman consumer. We understand her head, we understand her heart, we understand her mind, we understand her hands. And that is because of the evidence that I heard us talk about here. We have a repository of data that we can advise any brand, whether government, whether an agency, whether FMCG, we've got that. The second principle I want to speak into is capability, which is exactly why we are in this room. This is not the end of it, girls. When I started my Biashara 2001, what I have kept doing, and I think I'm on record to have said this, every 2 years I go back to school. Every single other cycle of 2 years, you go back to school. When I began business, we didn't have the thriving internet connectivity and all that we now have access to, but you have that. So please don't let it end here. Invest in your capability, invest in your team's capability, bring in capable people. I always bring in smarter people than, hello, Alliance, uwa iko na mwisho. So invest in your capability with no apology. But what is entrepreneurship and successful entrepreneurship? It also means commitment. You must remain committed to your client, to your customer. Get into their mind, understand what it is they are seeking, and then invent and reinvent your enterprise to respond to that need. Be committed to your staff. Be committed to your partners, your associates, the people you're collaborating with. And I think somebody said it here, be committed to your compliance because it is important. I think it is really important for us to build businesses that have got a lens that's responding to the gaps that we have in our societies, in our communities. Look at your business and ask, okay, I am a dress design, catering, whatever. how do I best align with the things that society is struggling with? And once you do that, you will find that you are passionately driving something that is giving you feedback at a very, very personal level. And this I call wearing the lens of compassion. There are so many needs that your business can align itself to. What does our business align itself to as BSD Group? Supplier diversity. What has our business demonstrated without any apology? The top 100. Because in there are insights that corporates are now using. If I can quote, and I think some of you attended our launch last year, KCB Bank stood there and gave a testimonial that their woman proposition has been informed and influenced by the data that BSD published. So can you imagine having that level of impact? Very good. So ladies, differentiate, but don't differentiate for differentiating's sake. Differentiate from a point of consistency. Don't differentiate in January and then in March we're wondering, is this the same business? Is this the same service provider? Is this the same product? Differentiate, because when you differentiate, favor follows you. Come on. When you differentiate, favor, there's something about that particular business. That particular business is about women consumers. Do you understand? But then consistency. Why must you be consistent in the way you provide a service, in the way you provide a product, in the way your business behaves to your clients and to your community? Is because the consistency then drives trust. Hello. Ladies in the room, graduates, graduates, people will only do business with you for 3 things. One is they need to be aware that you're there. They need to know you. The second reason they'll do business with you is that they like you. They're aware about you and they like you. So there's a consideration set. The third is that they trust you. So the issue of consistency builds trust. But don't differentiate, be consistent, and leave it there. You must differentiate, be consistent, and build awareness. Own your narrative. Tell your story. Because if you don't tell your story, others will tell it for you and maybe not tell it correctly. They don't know your story. And in today's day and age, telling your story is very affordable. It's very possible. Awareness builds familiarity. So we can know about your group of schools. So we can know about the journey. So we can know the founder's journey. So something about that can trigger an emotive response from the people that you're targeting. And when you have been different, and you have been consistently different, and you have been building awareness around the familiarity dividend, you are able to build value. When you build value, they'll come after you. They want to invest in your business. They want to partner with you. They want to collaborate with you. They want to invite you to speak at the graduation ceremony. Has it been an easy ride? Not at all. I'm really happy to be amongst Kenyans who are really smiling their way here. Ama, we are in denial. Today is a very big day in Kenya. Ama, am I calling you out to forget where we are? I think it's even gonna get tougher, girls. And this is why we must always take time as entrepreneurs to just rise above the chaos. Has it been tough? Let me just speak a little bit about my personal journey, because Andy asked that I do. So we've talked about courage, we've talked about capability, we've talked about commitment. Let me talk about character. Is that okay? You as the entrepreneur must decide what the value set of your business is going to be, needs to be, must continue to be about. And I made that decision when I began, and the decision has just gotten refined over time. It has been an expensive decision to have clarity around my value system. It has meant, for example, we don't do Nyumaya tent. And not doing behind the tent business has meant that sometimes the contracts are disrupted. It has meant that sometimes you will not be paid on time. I'm still chasing some government debts into 5th year. It will also mean that you will be called into some uncomfortable discussions and meetings. So this needs to be very personal to you. But at BSD Group, we have chosen to go the high road, and it has been very expensive. We have lost a lot of business. We have sometimes been called fools. So character. Let the leadership of your enterprise, if you are leading it, be such that people will drop a good name when you're not there in the room, that they will refer you, that they will say, we will only do business with her because we agree. And I think there is enough business still to be done well. Kenya, we really have a huge conversation to have, with all due respect. But I think there is enough good business to still be pursued. What is the character of your business? Is it reliable? Is it efficient? Is it responsive? What is the character of your business? There will be those times where your character has caused a crisis. The banks won't maybe respond on time. Clients will delay. It is the reality. So the courage dividend comes in very, very importantly. I want to wrap up by getting into, most of you here are running family businesses, or perhaps that's just by a show of hands. How many family businesses? Okay, very well. In the reality of our times, you know, there's the volatility of our times, there is the uncertainty that we're dealing with, there's the complexities, real complex situations, the ambiguity. We just don't know how to plan. Do you remember there were days you'd plan for 5 years? Squeeze here, talkie plan 3 weeks. But I want to turn the VUCA principle over its head during today's very important ceremony by saying, girls, visualize. Let's have the courage to dream and dream big, big dreams. Let's dream into the 10 plus, 10Xs, because we can. We could unlearn everything that society has labeled around us. Unlearn it. Just tell it you don't belong here. Have the courage to unlearn all the voices, all the things that you were perhaps called by a father who disenfranchised you, by a brother, by an uncle, by. Unlearn it, and let's have the courage to do that. Then creatively learn. Pick up something. Yesterday I spent the whole day honored to attend a McKinsey conference on e-mobility. It was actually on green business the whole day. So you know, sometimes we've heard some buzzwords, green business, da-da-da. But after yesterday, I was really empowered, and I said to my team, I called them, I said, you know, our women's consumer market focus, how about we accelerate that by positioning ourselves excellent around green business and excellent around artificial intelligence and the integration of it. How can we help brands green up? And so tomorrow afternoon, we will be in a brainstorm and improving on our proposition. So creatively learn is the point of the C, right? And then act Let's not visualize for 4 years. Come on, girls. Hey, Nikki, where? Huh? Let's not visualize for 4 years, right? Visualize but act. Just start. Just start. You don't have to have it all together. That was something that was my constraint from corporate Kenya into my entrepreneurship life. I wanted everything to be perfect. But then, hey, you just start. Just start. It will come together. It will come together. I was in the foyer there brainstorming, chatting, getting to know one of you graduates today, and she said to me, I asked her, what is one thing that you will take away from this program? She said to me, I have learned that I am enough. I have learned that I don't need to be anything other than what my gifting is. Coco, she said that to me, that I am enough. And then I asked her, was that from the self-mastery? She says, that was just powerful. So girls, let me talk to you a little bit about that space of self-mastery, and then I hand over to my namesake. Keep your faith. I have really found this very powerful, to keep my faith through it all. Entrepreneurship is lonely. Entrepreneurship can kill your mojo. It can rubbish you. It can cause you fear and anxiety. I have had tossing and turnings at 3 a.m. That has happened. And this is the thing, when they tell your story, they glorify, oh, successful entrepreneur, and etc. And that's good. We must role model those. But I wish, like Andy said to me, also talk about this hard stuff. Running out of cash in the business, not knowing where the next payroll is, dealing with employees who will steal from you, unearthing fraud, pushing a trust dividend on your staff and learning that they have taken advantage of you. We've lost millions of shillings in those 24 years. So it can be a very, very lonely place. It can be frightening. You don't have the collateral. Clients have delayed renewal of the contracts. It can be a lonely place. So keep your faith. I have chosen to keep my faith, and with no apology, I think I stand here because I have enjoyed the goodness of a good God. I want to say to you, protect your family. I don't care what you visualize, how audacious your entrepreneurial journey is today, will be in the future. Whatever you do, protect your family. BSD group was started on my dining table. My daughters sometimes remind me that their cocoa would spill onto my flip charts. Flip charts? Mnaelewa flip charts? Family first, guys, okay? It doesn't matter how good those dollars are, because my girls have been who I have gone home to every evening. They need to be waiting for you, so protect your family. I want to talk about you investing in a fraternity. Whether it's because you will set up a board of advisors like I have and have had, whether it's because you will find a little girlfriends group that speaks truth to you, that calls you out, that says, you haven't combed your hair in a long time. That's not how you show up at a meeting. That I can buy you a new pair of shoes because I know you haven't bought yourself a new pair of shoes. The top 100 most loved brands by women in Kenya study has lots of data points. 87% of women affected in Kenya by the high cost of living, 18% growth in daily, mobile application, utility, more than 89% of all household decisions made by women. So how is it you're ignoring them? And to your earlier point, The whole idea of the top 100 most loved brands by women in Kenya was because of providing brand advisory, and then people say, but we don't have the data. Where are the women? Where are the women? So this was part of the propeller that got us to put this study together. And in the last 2 or so years, one big data point has come home for us. I'm still on the point of invest in your fraternity. 44% of women in Kenya are mothers. And of those mothers, 1 out of 2 are single. Did you know that? 1 out of 2 mothers in Kenya is single. So, single mothers raising households, what does that mean for our society? What does that mean for community? What does that mean for balance, whatever balance means? What does that mean for our young men being raised by single mothers? What does that mean for wallets? What does that mean for access to consumption, etc.? Invest in a fraternity, because many of us here belong to that reality. Find a group of girlfriends that can speak to you and can hold you. Find a safety net. Find a place you can run to. I have sets. Find a place that is safe. Find a time in the week for you where you will go and tell yourself you are beautiful. It doesn't matter that the bank shut you out, that the auctioneer is at your door, because that's the reality. In 24 years, all that can be suffered by an entrepreneur, I have the thesis. Hello? That the creditors have shut you because you couldn't afford, and you couldn't afford because the contract was held back because of Nyuma tent, was Nyuma tent because of your value system. I'm trying to say to entrepreneurs here, this is not for the faint of heart, but because you are wearing your beautiful gowns, you have absolute license and permission to be entrepreneurs. And the last bit, defend your future. This enterprise is not just for sijui unapitia Naivas. By being in this program, I am hoping that we have gotten you all to the place of appreciating that Colgate-Palmolive was founded as family business. Walt Disney and others, Bidco, come on guys, Naivas. You are sitting on opportunity that you cannot ignore or cannot cast a vision far enough to see today. So defend your future, work hard, work smart, work creatively, because we will be able to unlock the value that we talked about. You differentiate consistently, you build the awareness, reputation unlocks value. And you can come to the table and say, it's time for me to extract value. Got it? Don't make small of your enterprise. Speak about it in branded language. I was talking to some of you and say, I'm running a little business. That's not the language we expect you to speak after today. You must tell me your business is Brand Strategy Design Group, and we are brand advisors and communication specialists. And we can work on any brand across the continent, extracting value and driving impact. That's what you must learn to do. Parting shot. I'm a brand builder. A very good one, by the way. Munitafte. Modesty went through the door. But I also am a woman of faith. And I want to leave you with a parting shot, drawn from a book that I love, Proverbs, chapter 22 and verse 1. This is what it says. It says, a good name is worth more than rubies. It is better to be esteemed than silver or gold. Did you hear me? It is better to be esteemed than silver or gold. So as you graduate today, dear graduates, my co-entrepreneurs, my co-partners in the world of entrepreneurship, please build a good name of your enterprise. Build a good name for yourself. Build a good name for this country. Let us be a country that is generating wealth-enabled opportunity, not just for yourself, but for your employees, for your ecosystem, and for this nation. A good name is worth more than rubies. Be that good name. Your good name is enough. I've been privileged to be mentored for a long time by Dr. Manu Chandaria. Manu Chandaria, for me, I love him kabisa, is a good name. You will just need to be told Manu Chandaria will be the keynote or that he's coming to your event for it to pull. Let us build good names. Every single 33 of you graduating today, what is the good name that you will walk away here carrying? Girls, I want you to wear your crowns. Wear them. But find that ecosystem that adjusts it when it is kidogo imekaa kombo sababu we KRA ndio hao. Imekaa kombo sababu ya dona. Imekaa kombo sababu floods. Mumesikia hapo? A good name is worth more than rubies. A good name is worth more than rubies. It is better to be esteemed. Your reputation, the character of your business, the consistency of that character is much more than silver and gold. And our Kenya is using silver and gold to build a good name. But the proverb is telling us the good name is far above that. Thank you so much for your kind attention. God bless you.
Could we rise up? Sorry. Oops. I think she deserves better than that. A round of applause. She literally did a mic drop, eh? Just for the effect, eh? Alafu, let me just console you. Because we cannot keep up, Eva Mukami, who is in cohort 2, who is the owner of Epic Motions, clap for her. Clap for her. She's in the house. She's doing for us the live streaming, and she's making sure that this event is memorable on YouTube. So if you could not keep up with what Eva Muraya, see, it's just the name. It's the name, eh? Eva Muraya, Eva Mukami, Eva Silong. Name your children Evas. So if you did not get all of it, you can still find it on YouTube after this event. Please share it on your socials, share it on your business handles, so that people know the reason why you're great is because truly you have stood on great shoulders like those ones. Yeah? And for really, when I grow up, I want to be like you. I want to be like you. Yeah? She is so relatable, but she is notorious for making brands household names. It's just a thing she does. So it's not just talk. Go to her website and see the brands she has built. She is really respected. So good for you. The next speaker is our chief guest. This crescendo is getting higher and higher. I went to her profile. She is highly decorated, including with presidential awards. I'm not sure I have an OGW in my phone book. Today I'll have one. Nice to meet you, Commissioner Njoki. Karibu sana. The floor is yours. And then after that, don't get out of the floor. You get to award the special graduates. Did I break the rule? TOD. Did I? Or recognition of performance? Karibu, Commissioner of Progress, yes.
Oh, it's not working. I consider it a great honor and privilege to have been invited to officiate this function. And to show you how privileged I felt, I came all the way from Muranga. I had gone home on Friday because there is something I wanted to do for a whole week. That same evening, Adia calls me and tells me, I want to invite you for a function, that and that and that and that. And Adia being Adia, I told myself that I was going to cut my week short and be able to come here on Thursday to be with the very, very, very great entrepreneurs. May I also make a confession that I am not that great entrepreneur like Moriah. Eva Moriah, who has the experience and the hands-on real experience of doing things. I therefore have a lot of respect for anybody who decides that they are going to leave formal employment and start a business. Or somebody who decides after leaving school, they don't want anything to do with employment. They want to be in their own businesses. Reason why I have that respect for them is because I think they are the real wealth creators of this country. And actually the whole world. You can imagine if we did not have the small businesses we have here and there, then it would not create the whole of the enterprise that we have in this country. So I have a lot of respect for you. And take it from me that I highly think that you are the group which should really be supported, and the group that should actually be honored when it comes to honoring. Okay? Now, I want to start from a specific point for a good reason. And I want to start from the point that I am not going to say much about myself because I have very little time and there are a few things that I want to do. But what I want you to know about me is that I have spent my entire life in the public service. But when I was in the public service for about 6 years, I was given the responsibility of building capacity for the women in middle management for purposes of being appointed to higher positions in senior and top management. And I must tell you, it was not an easy job, but I did it to the satisfaction of whoever had given me the responsibility. And at one time, most of the senior women in the public service had gone through the program that I had organized. Later on in my life, I happened to get appointed to be the chair of Women Enterprise Fund. The Women Enterprise Fund, as you may know, is an agency that gives women credit at no interest whatsoever so that they can do their businesses and be able to start other new businesses. That was the heart of my career. In fact, I started wearing vitenges, like the kitenge you see, when I interacted with those women, because they took me to places where we would dance and dance up to the floor. And if you are wearing a suit, you know what was going to happen. So I started wearing not only to belong, but to be able to do what they did. Number two, it is actually the place where I knew what the role of a woman really is. The role of a woman, and especially when we come to building community, getting into businesses, being the mothers and the fathers of the children that are in the home, you see it in those women who do small businesses. And it must be, and I must say, it was a very, very, very fulfilling experience to work with women at the very grassroots, seeing their businesses grow, and they would come to me and tell me, look at me and tell me the difference between when you first saw me and when you are seeing me now. And it also taught me a very important lesson, that it is very important even in your businesses to keep proper records and even snapshots of when you start, and you compare it in the journey when you're a big enterprise like Eva. You'll be able to be seeing, this is who I was, and this is who I became, and this is who I am. And it becomes a very, very satisfying journey for the entrepreneurs who want to be real entrepreneurs. Let me go to the gist of the matter. The gist of the matter is that our beloved country, which is Kenya, has some of the best policies when it comes to the empowerment of women. You'll find it in every other document that you come across. And for those of you who are able to read what we have, you'll find those policies in Vision 2030. You find those policies in our Constitution 2010. And they are all talking about the same thing, empowering women for purposes of making them contributors to this economy. Why am I saying this? I am saying this because even our country is a signatory to many of the treaties which empower women. And that tells you and gives you a very great message. It is not lack of proper policies which stop women from becoming great entrepreneurs. Government has given you the wings to fly in terms of the policies that exist. All we need to do is familiarize ourselves with those policies, get to know where we fit in, and get to realize that you actually are protected by the law insofar as doing business is concerned. So if Kenya is one of the great countries with the right policies, if we are signatories to those international treaties and policies, why then do women continue to remain as small and medium enterprises? With all those great policies, we must agree that many women, not only in Kenya but worldwide, are in small and medium-sized enterprises. When I talk of small and medium-term enterprises, I'm talking in terms of the size of the enterprise. I'm talking about the number of employees in that enterprise, and I am also talking about the turnover in that enterprise. If you did your mathematics, you'll discover that women are really in small and medium enterprises, and not because there are no policies that encourage them to do so, but because of many other factors, possibly outside the policies that exist. I will share the experiences mainly from the Women Enterprise Fund in terms of the problems we identified, the solution we came up with, and we see whether there is something you can borrow from that, isn't it? I will also borrow a few examples of what I did as a public officer of preparing women to take up higher positions in government, and I'll juxtapose those two and possibly see whether there is a meeting point between a woman in the workplace and the challenges they face, and a woman in business and some of the challenges they face. One of the major problems that I found at the Women Enterprise Fund is the very obvious, and the one we have talked about, I'm not going to belabor on the point, was the issue of a woman's financial well-being, let me call it. The women we wanted to get into business have never dealt with money. They had never seen money. Some of them had actually never borrowed even from a friend. And they were therefore wondering, what business are you asking us to get into? And we have never managed money, we have never dealt with money, and we've never done all those. And we told them, you mustn't be the owner of the money. You can get into small groups. And when you get into small groups, you can start contributing literally every day, even if it means contributing 10 shillings per day. And you'll be able to build a small kit to allow you to start a small business. So at the Kenya Women, at the Women Enterprise Fund, we required you to belong to a chama for you to get money by the Women Enterprise Fund. And I'm saying this because of the fact that I've given that we were dealing with women who had never dealt with money and they didn't have their own money. And it worked miracles. When I went to the fund, I was taken to the field in one of the households in Muranga. Women who had got together, they had been able to bring piped water into their compounds. They had been able to buy tanks for each household, and there were 10. They had been able to go further and put gutters into their houses so that they collect water. And they were in the process of each buying 2 pigs because there was a market for the pig. What an achievement for a woman who had never handled money. They were not only handling money, but they were in real business. The leader of that group came to me and told me, "Madam, look at me. Don't I look smart? Don't I appear clean? And I have my own money." And she told me, "If we gave you a picture of the first meeting we held in this house, it made us come up with certain rules of attending a meeting. Because some came in gumboots and they were smelling all the way. Some of them came from the shamba and they were smelling of sweat. We couldn't hold a meeting because the environment was smelly enough not to warrant a meeting." The point I am making is you can start small and become a big enterprise by identifying the gaps you have and partnering with those that are able to make you move forward. The second problem I had with my women at the Women Enterprise Fund had something to do with a problem we all encounter: the family responsibilities and obligations. Who is a woman? Who is not a woman, or who is a woman not? We are literally everything. You are a mother, you are a wife, you are an in-law, you take care of the chicken which are in that compound, and God forbid if they went to a neighbor's home. You are literally everything. So a number of women told us, "Me, I have small children, I cannot afford to set a business." Number 3, my husband cannot allow me to set a business at the shopping center because there will be other male eyes that might be tempted to look at me. You get my point? So many problems. And we had a solution to that and told them, 1, if you are able to surround yourself with the necessary support in the homestead to assist you with the many things that we do. It could be a relative who studies from your house, and he or she assists you with a few things in the home. If you are in the office, it could be your secretary who helps you with managing a few things here and there. Assign responsibilities to the children we have undertaken to spoil in this day and age. We have so many children who do nothing at home but sit in front of a computer and play games, and they cannot remove a plate from the table. It is your responsibility as a mother to create or to make sure that you have responsible citizens by making them responsible. Remember, you do not bring up children to keep them in our houses like tables and desks. We bring them up and we educate them to give them wings to fly to whatever destination they want to. The minute you haven't shown your child to do anything in the home, that is the husband he will become, thus the wife they will become, and their marriage will not last for more than 6 months. So let's be responsible enough and assume our responsibilities by ensuring that we make use of the support which is around us, and we make our children responsible by making sure that that happens. In my next visit, some women came carrying their children on their backs. And I also saw one today, ako wapi? Congratulations, you are the greatest in this group. A child is not a hindrance to your enterprise. A child is not a hindrance to whatever you want to achieve. If you have nobody to leave that child with, there are many ways of taking that child with you to the business. If you went to these formal businesses in many places, you actually find a young child. I recently went to a market where a lady was selling second-hand clothes. And imagine this, who was the accountant? A 7-year-old boy was sitting next to the mother. And when you pay, the boy is given the, think of that boy 15 years to come. He will not want anybody's employment. That is an entrepreneur in the making. So let's not have the excuse of in our ability to balance our very many multiple roles for purposes of ensuring that we don't get into business, we don't climb up in the ladder of either the corporate world or the public service. When I dealt with the women I was preparing for, several had very many solutions. One of them told me, I wanted to read to the skies. So I made a decision that I will get married in my first year at the university, get 3 children, and by 27th year, she had had all her children. By her 35th year, she was ready to go back to school and start an enterprise. So it depends on how you decide to plan. If you want to read and you have started a family, organize yourself and know what comes first. Possibility would mean you marry first and whatever. The other problem I did encounter with the women in business is the fact that time, exactly, is the issue of not networked. Some of them did not know anybody beyond their neighbor and whatever it is. It is very important and it was talked about. In this group you are in, I was taught long ago that if you ever go to a function where there are more than 5 people, you must go back home at least with 2 reliable contacts. Anybody in this gathering, I am sure you identify 5 people you can work with or 5 people that you can collaborate with for purposes of having a future enterprise, which is properly networked and which is properly collaborated with all the others. I'm already being told that I am supposed to be finishing, but that is expected because of time. What I would want to say in short is that there was a lot to learn from the women, from the lack of funds, from what stops them from going into whatever they need to go, and making sure that you get them together, encourage them, and tell them that it is important to do this. The final point I want to talk about, I had many, but I have to make it short, is the lack of technical skills. Issues of keeping proper records and bookkeeping is so important. When I went to the Women Enterprise Fund, I decided to talk to one of the great women entrepreneurs in this country and ask her, how do I assist the women get to where you are? Interesting enough, the first question she asked me was, what is your level of education? And of course, you can imagine I gave a line of qualifications. And she asked me, do you think that can also be a problem? She told me, how many PhD holders have you found in enterprises that you can really talk about? I told her, no, I was taken aback. I was listening to a different perspective. She told me, what we get taught in school, sometimes is very many don'ts. Plan, do this, do that, and that, and that, and that. And she told me that can be a great disadvantage. And she told me, I sit, I think of what I want to do, I visualize it in my head, I do a few things of looking for the money, and I start so that I learn from the mistakes. I don't stand here to tell you not to go to school. I stand here to tell you that you mustn't have that highest level of education to go into business. We have several examples of some of the greatest entrepreneurs in this country who did not have the ABC. Education is good because it gives you a certain advantage. But don't think you can't make it because you did not have that master's or you did not have that PhD. The long and the short is I want to add by saying that if you want to empower women in entrepreneurship, in the public service, in the corporate world, and wherever you want to do that, you must be able to address their sense of self-worth. Eva talked about it slightly when she talks about confidence. The sense of a woman's self-worth is so important in whoever you are, whether in business or whatever you're doing. So we must be able to address women's self-worth for purposes of making them great in this country and in this world. We must also be able to address women's right to determine choices. Let women be able to make choices that they need to make. Don't be their bottleneck, because that is very critical in their well-being. We also need to address the issue of the right to have opportunities and resources. We empower women to be able to have their own resources. We empower them to take advantage of the opportunities that exist. And somebody alluded to this when she was talking about the importance of information. We die because of lack of knowledge and information. You don't know anybody else who does a similar business like you, and therefore you cannot go to somebody and ask them, how did you manage this? And finally, it is very, very important that we also address women's right to control their own lives within and without their home. Very, very important that we are given some leverage of being contributors to the wealth of this country, because we are not only citizens, but we are the strong agenda. But somebody, I think, coined a narrative that we are second citizens, but you already know that we make things happen, and we can make things happen. Mine is to wish you God's blessings, a lot of success in whatever you are doing, because you are already doing it well, and to tell you that there is no limit to whatever you can become and to the enterprise that you can start, because you are capable of it, and you can get the necessary support from the likes of Gracia Michelle. They are doing a fantastic job, from the likes of Andia. And to finally mention that I worked with Andia. She was one of my board members at the Women Enterprise Fund, and she brought a completely different perspective from the private sector. And that really made the enterprise a better enterprise, and an enterprise to be proud of. I thank you.
Aren't we lucky? No sorries. Yes. We are more than happy to have you around. Please don't go for too long. The moment we've all been waiting for. Our lovely chief guest. Thank you very much, Commissioner Njoki. The moment we've all been waiting for is here. I will have to call back the commissioner, the chief guest, to come and decorate a special category of our graduates. I can't get that TOD thing. I just can't. So there is 5 ladies who have done exceptionally well.
Yes.
In their distinct categories. There are themes. So I will have a little ceremony, and I'm going to ask us to clap for them in a certain fashion, okay? We're going to do this, and then clap moja, all right? So let's try and rehearse that. Flowers, and then clap moja. So everybody who will be called up, let's just do that. Very swift and neat, all right? So stand here, please. And I'm going to be calling up, let me call them up quickly. So Janet, Leah, Lynette, Metian, and Nelly. Then the surprise is out. Was it supposed to be a surprise, by the way? I am not good at that. I didn't get the brief. Oh, perfect. They've even lined up. You get extra hugs. So can I please have them in that order? So, Commissioner, you are going to be awarding Janet Odiesa Kamadi for Personal Business Resilience Award 2024. Where is Janet? Yes. Come this way. Come this way. So give her her flowers and her clap. And she gets her picture moment. Then there's Leah. Where is Leah? Leah Gakure is being awarded for Operational Excellence Award 2024. Operational Excellence. Lynette Wanjiku, where are you? Lynette Wanjiku. Surprise, Lynette Wanjiku. Lynette is being awarded for the greatest comeback. That deserves a soundbite, eh? Greatest comeback award 2024. And the next person is Metian Pertet Waiganjo. Metian is so grateful. Are you surprised you're here? I am not. Metian is being awarded for Strategy and Leadership Award 2024. She has structures in place. Give her flowers. And the last person is Nelly Mulema for Business Growth Award 2024. Woo! You're the quantum leaper. You're the unicorn. That's our unicorn. Business Growth 2024. So we have our heads up on who we want to network with. And then after that now, the real graduation. So that's special category. Nelly, ujaenda kusalimiana? Oh, okay. Okay. Imagine Nelly was running away and they want to hug her. Abu get some greatness in the hugs. All right, so I need to pull up a couple of people in a certain fashion. So the names of the graduates, I want them to go up here for photo ops. It's not just the regular, it's a graduation. No, my special is musiende. There is flowers and certificates to be given and handshakes to be given. So I will tell you like this. Please go upstairs, okay? One will be handing certificates and another flowers and handshakes. And Caroline, you're supposed to be joining them up there. There's a protocol, so kindly join. And so the graduates, okay. Oh yeah? You want to, oh, the photographer is boring. Could you see if you can work with that? Could we work without the step? Lazima wapande juu. Could we indulge the photographer, please? Ladies? Okay. Okay, again, I need to be a producer hapa. Step in front kidogo. And then we need the certificate to be given in between the banners so that we see what they were graduating on. So spaced like this. Move to your left kidogo. Yes. There's only one set of stairs. How will this work, photographer? They can come through that side, and then when they're done, they go to the back. That will be a sweet crowd. Okay. We can do this. So may we have the flowers and the certificates being handed. I have a very able team helping me. And then the graduates, please be on your feet. And then the graduates, please be on your feet. I think they like listening to me. And then the graduates, please be on your feet. Hiya, graduates, please be on your feet. And after we do this, I will only have two people to do two things. I will have Coco to say a special thanks to our sponsors, and I will have Mercy to say a special vote of thanks to everybody in the room. And that's it. My program is wrapping up nicely and neatly. Sawa? So I'm gonna call up everybody, and please keep the jubilation going. Clap for us as we do this, sawa? So coming right up is Adelaide Njeri Garuya. she's going up the stairs. And then after her is Alexis A. Juma. Who's Alexis? Alexis, please. Oh, Alexis is not here. Okay, where is Angela Njeri Mukirai? Please come. Angela Njeri. She's also not here. Okay, Caroline Kirigo. Caroline Kirigo. Yay! And after Caroline Kirigo, can we please have Catherine Dungo? Please let's clap for Caroline as she comes up. Catherine Dungu. Catherine Dugu. Okay. Catherine Dungu is coming right up. Please clap for Caroline. Congratulations. And now we have Christine Mwai. Yay! And now we have Christine Mwai. Congratulations, Christine Mwai. And next we have Diana Nduku. Please be coming up. Congratulations, Christine Mwai. Please, guys, let's clap for them. Let's give them flowers. Let's encourage them. Yay, congratulations. Next, we have Diana Nduku. Congratulations. Go to the chair. Yeah, graduates, you can go to your seat just for a few. Esther Minor. Esther Minor, kindly join us at the stage. Esther Minor, and after Esther Minor, it will be Evelyn Ikwi Omasaja. Go to your seat. This is Esther Maina. Esther Maina, congratulations. Let's give her some flowers. Let's give Esther Maina some flowers. And after that, we have Evelyn Ikwi Omasaja. Yay! Very exotic name. And then now we have Francisca Joan Aluse. Let's clap for Evelyn. Francisca is coming right up. Very good. Next, I have Helen Kithinji. Please join us at the top. Congratulations, Francisca. Congratulations, Francisca. Let's give her a round of applause. It's been a long race and you finished this. Congratulations. All eyes on the cameraman. Helen Kithinji is coming right up. And after Helen Kithinji, we have Jacqueline Kithinji. Yay! Let's. Congratulations to next is we need to do this slowly so that we can get good pictures. And this is Jacqueline Kithinji. Let's give a round of applause to Jacqueline. Yes. Perfect. Congratulations, Jacqueline Kithinji. Now we have Janet Odiesa. Kamadip? Is Kamadip with us? Oh, yay. Okay. Karibu. As Kamadip comes, who's next? Leah? Leah? Congratulations, Kamadip. And congratulations. We got a nice shot. This is beautiful. Okay. Next is Leah. Congratulations, Leah, to the entry. Let's give a round of applause to Leah. Perfect. I'm looking for Lillian Auma Omondi. Perfect. Please join us. Lynette, please join us at the front. So this is Leah. Lillian Auma, let's give her some flowers. Congratulations. And now, did she get a good picture? Did you want to do that again? Where's Lynette? Congratulations, Lynette. Let's give Lynette a round of applause. Let's give Lynette a round of applause. Next is Lucy. Please join us. Lucy Adhiambo on watch. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Joan Metian Perchet. Please join us. Congratulations, Lucy. Let's give a round of applause. Did we get a good shot for everybody? Congratulations, Joanne, for best in strategy and now her graduation. I'm looking for Mwende Muna now.
Yeah, Mwende!
We know who Mwende came with and he deserves an award. Mwihaki. Congratulations, Mwende. Mwihaki. Mwihaki. Oh, let's clap for Mwihaki. Mwihaki, I'm told, has an outstanding story of entrepreneurship. So when we're done networking, please get in touch with her. Congratulations, Mwihaki. Next is Nancy Njeri Mora. Congratulations. Let's clap for Nancy. Nancy Njeri Mwaura. Please, let's clap for her. They deserve the flowers they're getting. Next is Nelly Cherono Mulema. Did you see Nelly dancing today? She truly is graduating. Congratulations, Nelly. Congratulations. Tabitha, in the meanwhile, Tabitha Ibabu, please be on your way. And last but not least, Victoria, please be on your way. Congratulations, Tabitha. Tabitha, congratulations, Tabitha Njoki Ibabu. Congratulations. I think the panel is very excited. And last but not least, we have Victoria Mudhoni Kimani. Is there a graduate who did not get a certificate? Is there? No, there's none. Everybody has been celebrated. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations. I didn't like that one. Please, let's give them a standing ovation for changing their lives, for changing their destinies. Let's give them a good round of applause. Congratulations. Yeah. So you want to have a picture here? There is a photo session outside there. You want to have one here? Oh yeah? Okay. Okay, so the panel is requesting for a picture here. So graduates, please do us the honor of coming to stand with them here. There's also going to be another picture session out there, but let's get this one with all the razzmatazz. Kindly make your way this way. Please come. Yeah, this is the group photo.
nikuletee maua za
Nani anawapatia? Can the coaches please join this picture? Can the coaches who coach this cohort? Oh, drums, 1 minute.
Find the shoulder base. Shoulder base. Between two shoulders. So, let me see your face between these two shoulders. There. Okay. Well. Yes. Okay. Where you're standing with them like slightly behind you. Slightly behind you.
The picture has not been taken yet. We're still rehearsing. Rehearse your smiles, everybody. Strike a pose. Oh, you all look very good.
So the only person I'm not seeing is Lisa. Have you found that place?
I can't see Mercy, and then there's a lady between Caroline and Eva who's standing. Yeah, we can't see you nicely. Yeah. I'm told it's called a slide. You slide. Yeah, you lean in. Oh, you.
We are okay now, yeah? Aya. What do we say? Rasha Michelle. Aya. Chibe.
All eyes on the. Wait, left? That one. All eyes on that left.
All eyes here. Rasha Michelle. Aya. Money. If you're sitting at the front and you still have the certificate, just face up. Like you two of them.
No problem. And then so if you're sitting and you're still holding the certificate, let it face up. Okay, let it face up. So hold it. Let it face up.
And yeah. And let the flowers lie across your laps so they don't so they don't.
So
Thank you.
So we are saying what? Money.
Money. Grasa Michelle. That's beautiful. I hope nobody blinked. Perfect. Perfect. So thank you very much, ladies. Can everybody get off of the stage? I would like to have Coco, Carol, Eva, and the chief guest, Commissioner Njoki, still on stage. Coco is going to give gifts to those three special ladies. Yes. And it will take pictures as well. Whose phone was this? Whose phone was this? Yeah. Okay, so Coco is ready and the photographer is ready? Okay, so Coco is giving flowers to the commissioner, to Commissioner Njoki, for being our chief guest today. Let's give a round of applause to our chief guest. Coco, I need a good shot between you and the commissioner. Yes. And then I'll shuffle. Shuffle. Commissioner, don't get off of the stage. Coco is giving a gift to our inspiration story today, our entrepreneur, the gem, Eva Muraya. So let's give a round of applause. You all deserve those flowers. You're very welcome. Don't leave. And now Coco is going to give a gift to the chairperson, New Faces, New Voices. Without her insight, we wouldn't be here. So thank you, Caroline. A round of applause for Caroline, please. They're having a moment. What a good picture. Congratulations for this day. Congratulations. Congratulations. So one group photo with your flowers.
Women creative.
Well. Well. All right. Yeah? My job is done here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give the microphone to Coco, who is going to acknowledge our sponsors, and then you will give the microphone to Mercy, who will give the vote of thanks. And somebody is protesting why Coco is not being given flowers. We will make it up to her.
I can't travel with it.
In all things, we give thanks. So Mercy is going to give thanks, but I just want to maybe quickly just say how much we appreciate the partnerships that brought us here today, particularly Visa Foundation, who have been really co-creative in the way that they partnered with us. They're keen on women's financial inclusion and advocacy around that. So whilst we do this capacity building and we're doing the investment fund and that, they really want to see the landscape change for more money to be invested in women's business. So on behalf of, they're not here today, but we really want to send our appreciation for their support for this event, but also for all of you who have gone through the Fire Starters program. So a big thank you to Visa Foundation. We will make sure that they hear all the appreciation that you also have to give towards what you have benefited from their contribution towards your business growth. Thank you. We also have in the room, we were going to do something else today, but I think I also want to acknowledge Joyce Muchena. Is Joyce here? Yes, Joyce is from the MasterCard Foundation, who are also very big partners with us. And she's over there. She's keeping very silent. We want to acknowledge you and thank you for coming today. Thank you. Oh.
Don't come off of the stage. Don't come off of the stage. You get to get flowers. We need the podium up. Help me with this podium to go up there. And Mercy is going to give you your flowers. They were not lost after all.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we want to give flowers to appreciate our host in Kenya, New Faces, New Voices, as the Kenyan team. Oh, sorry. No. Oh, sorry about that. It's for our partner, MasterCard Foundation. So we will release Coco to have a seat now. Our entrepreneurs, the graduates now, they are no longer graduates. The coaches, the GMT fraternity, our valued partners, our host, New Faces, New Voices, UBA Bank, who has hosted us in Capital Club, our guests, Eva Muraya, our guest, Joyce Mucheno from MasterCard Foundation, and our chief guest, Commissioner Njoki Kahiga. As we come to the close of this remarkable event, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the graduates. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed guests. Your presence here today has made this event truly special and very meaningful. To our graduates, your hard work, dedication, and perseverance has brought you to this moment, and we are all incredibly proud of your achievements. Today marks not just an end, but the beginning, because the skills and knowledge you have gained are the foundation upon which you will build your businesses. As you step into the next phase of your entrepreneurial journey, remember that this is not a farewell, but a continuation of your learning and growth. Let's also take a moment to thank those who have supported us along the way, our families, for those who are accompanied by the families, and even the families at home, extend our appreciation, the friends, our coaches for the hard work, our hosts, New Faces, New Voices, the entire fraternity of Grasa Machel Trust, and our valued partners. Without their unwavering support, would not have been able to celebrate this milestone. So today we have an opportunity to also interact, network, and we have the exhibitions by the different entrepreneurs set up outside. So this is an opportunity for the entrepreneurs to meet, have peer-to-peer connections, face-to-face. You know, we do a lot of virtual, but today you have the opportunity. And we also have an opportunity to explore what you are doing and understand your businesses better from the exhibitions. So let's also take this opportunity to thank all those who have stood with us to this particular moment. And as I conclude, I encourage our graduates and even the entrepreneurs who are still going through the program and the course. As you have seen, this is an extremely good program. It's very colorful through the graduation. We are encouraging you to keep going on in the course. Be encouraged even when times are tough. Even when you are going through the LMS training and it feels like you have come down. Please remember you've seen graduates today. They are people to look up to. So the world needs the unique talents you have and the perspectives that you brought to us. So congratulations once again. And here it's to a future filled with success and meaningful connections. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. All right. We have an announcement. So there is a missing certificate. It was on the chairs. If you've seen a certificate with the name Caroline Kirigo, Caroline Kirigo, you could help us with it. We will look for the owner and give it to her. Then as Kenyan team, and I will ask the Kenyan team, please, all of us, let's come. We want to appreciate our senior entrepreneurship manager for all her support and for visiting Kenya to be with us for this esteemed event. Welcome, Coco, Kenyan team.
And everybody can have some, right? Because I can't take it anywhere. But thank you so much. And thank you for the hard work you put towards making this phenomenal. I think this is the best graduation we've had so far. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Caroline Kirigo amepatikana. Ndio hizo vitu zako zimepatikana. Mimi I have my luggage with me. Who has the certificate of Mwende Muna? Girls will never wind this up. We will never wind this up. It's only for her. Who has a certificate of Mwende? Tafadhali. Could we check, please? We cannot go with her certificate. And her phone. The phone you got? Who is missing a phone? We found the certificate. Can everybody clutch their bags and phones so that we can stand up and actually leave? Thank you. 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 So I'm in cohort 1. I pray to God I come here to graduate very soon. Look out for me. I came with my partner. Cherono, please stand up. That's my best friend for 20 years. And if you want to talk about honey, please come to our stand at the back and talk to us about careers and money and writing checks and cross-boundary, cross-country trade. Please find us there. All right? And let's talk to people. That mama who came with a 3-week-old baby has hand-stitched footballs. That is the epitome of quality. So let's go there and buy. If not, take a card. I'm sure we can find a footballer who could benefit from that, right? Also, I would like to give some housekeeping rules. If you're a graduate or a chief guest or a guest, use this door. There is a banner. You'll have another photo there behind another banner. The rest of you, please use that door. Then you will find your way to lunch, all right? Did you make your choices for your menus? If not, you're just going to be fasting today. It's a graduation. Sawa, shall we stand? What's up? Where is Ufungamano? I almost said Ufungamano. Where is Unganisha? Where is Unganisha? Let me tell you, all English has gone to their home. I just want to go and eat. Yeah? Has it been a good day? Are you blessed that you came? Wasn't this a good investment for your time? Okay, I'm blessed to have met you. I'd like to pray. I'd like to pray for food. I'd like to pray for food, ladies. Imagine they cannot stop networking. Could we pause for a minute? Could we pause for a minute? Let's pray. And then after that, let's exit in the fashion that I've requested. All right? And as we exit, Unganisha, please give us some drum rolls. We need to get out in high spirits. Yes, please. Okay, let's bow our heads. Father, we are eternally grateful for this day. It's been a very exciting day. It truly has been a day where our cups were filled some more, filled even more. We come out of here feeling that we're overflowing. We're grateful for that. We pray that all our enterprises succeed, all of us prosper, that we grow more wise, that our country also prospers. We thank you for the food before us. We receive it with thanksgiving in Jesus' name. Amen. I didn't pray for everywhere. Okay, you're free to leave, and lunch is being served at 7th floor. Karibuni. Karibu sana.